Hi, good morning. Good morning, Trace. Are you all hearing me clearly?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right, good morning, everyone. We're still going to wait a couple of minutes for the others to log in, and then we'll begin hopefully at 9:05. All right, remember, for those who were here yesterday, we are just finishing the specimen 2012 paper. We have 39 to 45 to complete, and then we'll move on from there. We will be moving quickly today because you will notice that as we do more papers, more questions will be repeated. All right, so having looked at the papers, we'll be skipping sometimes more than half of the paper will be repeated questions. Can you just let me know if you all are hearing me clearly with the headset?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, the thing is, I am not hearing you all through the headset. You all are coming through the computer zone, but you all are hearing me.
So you gotta change your audio settings to get through the headphones. If you look by the microphone, you'll see the little drop down arrow, and you'll see select a speaker, and it'll show you which one to select.
All right, are you all hearing me now?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
So the thing is, I've used the headset before, I didn't have this problem. So I don't think it's a setting because I am hearing you all through the computer sound, but I don't know if you all are hearing me through the...
Yes, sir, we can hear you. But normally the same thing with the boy had said before. When you click on the arrow part, it does tell you that okay, one would be a speaker and one would be a microphone, and you could choose like the same one right here in Zoom. We can't hear you now, sir.
All right, so if I click the drop down arrow, I'm seeing select a microphone. The options are microphone array and same as system. Do I click same as system?
Yes, sir.
All right.
No, sir, we can hear you.
I might just have to... All right, are you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
I think I will just not use the headset because it's not working. All right, so good morning again, everyone. I am going to begin because it's 9:06. So welcome to the second part of our weekend marathon. For those who just logged in, we are completing the specimen 2012, which is in the old syllabus, and then we'll move on from there. All right, so 39, the curve C is given by the equation y is equal to 4x plus x. If I pause a bit sometimes, it's because Miss is not here today to assist me, so I will be allowing people into the room and so on. All right, so y is equal to 4x plus 9 over x, and we want to get the second derivative. All right, so the second derivative means we are differentiating twice. First thing I'm going to do is express this as y is equal to 4x plus 9x to the power of minus 1. All right, and then I could have dy dx, which will be 4. What will I get here? Dy dx will be 4 minus 9 x to the power of minus 2. All right, multiply the minus 1 by 9, decrease the power of x by 1. So that's your first derivative. And your second derivative, if I differentiate 4, I will get 0. If you differentiate a constant, right, you get 0. So what will we get here?
Positive 18.
Positive 18 x to the power of negative 3. And that is the same as 18 over x to the power of 3. Your answer is B. All right, number 40. All right, 40 is a trial and error. The positive value of z for which the integral of x squared dx between 0 and z is equal to 9 is. So I'm going to tell you that the answer is A. We know that we just have to substitute one of the options as the limit, as the upper limit, and integrate, right? Find the definite integral and see if it matches the 9 that they gave us. All right, so if I have the integral between 0 and 3 of x squared dx, is it okay if I make could somebody volunteer to be the co-host and you could help me admit students into the room? Anybody's willing to do that? Because I have, just give me the names who I'm making a co-host.
Sir Kiona Belmonte.
Okay, so I'm making you the co-host. All right, so you'll assist me with allowing people into the room. Thanks a lot, Kiona. All right, so the integral of x squared dx between 3 and 0. If I integrate x squared, we're going to get x to the power of 3 over 3, right, between 0 and 3. And we're going to substitute our limits. That will be 3 to the power of 3 over 3 minus 0 to the power of 3 over 3. 3 to the power of 3 is 27. 27 over 3 will be
9.
9. All right. All right, so your answer for 40 is A. Again, that's a trial and error. 41. The gradient of the tangent to a curve C at xy is given by dy dx is equal to 1 over 3x plus 4 to the power of 2. The curve passes through the point P, negative 1, 2/3. The equation of the curve C is given by, all right, so I'm given dy dx. All right, I'm given dy dx, and we are asked to find the equation of the curve. What do we have to do here? Anybody?
Integrate.
Integrate. So if I have dy dx, remember integration is the reverse of differentiation. If you have dy dx, it means we took y equals whatever, we took the equation of the curve, we differentiated it to get 1 over 3x plus 4 to the power of 2. All right, so if I am going backwards from dy dx to get y, I need to integrate. So y will be the integral of 1 over 3x plus 4 to the power of 2 dx. All right, and I can write this as the integral of 3x plus 4 to the power of minus 2. If I integrate that, we're going to get 3x plus 4. Remember, you increase the power by 1, then you divide by the new power, and we have to multiply by the, what do we multiply by? Right, so it's the derivative of what is in the bracket. All right, so this becomes 3x plus 4 to the power of minus 1 over minus 3. And that is the same as saying minus 1/3, right? And minus 1 over 3 by 3x plus 4. Right? It's an indefinite integral, so we're going to put our plus c. Now, how could I figure out the value of c?
Use the point.
Substitute the x and y values they give you into the equation.
All right, so if we substitute our point P into this equation, all right, we're going to get 2/3 is equal to minus 1 over 3 by minus 1, which will be minus 3 plus 4 plus c. So you're going to end up with 2/3 is equal to, what would this simplify to? Minus 1 over 3 by minus 3 plus 4. Minus 3 plus 4 is 1. So this will simply give me negative 1/3, right? 2/3 is equal to negative 1/3 plus c. C would be 2/3 plus 1/3, which is
1.
1. So therefore, your equation is, what will we get for the equation of the curve?
So would it not be d as negative 1/3?
Right, so it will be y is equal to negative 1 over 3 by 3x plus 4, and our c now is replaced by our plus 1. All right, so 41d. (42) The finite region R is bounded by the y-axis, the x-axis, and the arc of the curve y equals x minus 3 squared, as shown in the figure above. The area of R in square units is. So when you have area, you are integrating between your limits, right? So the area is going to be the integral of x minus 3 squared dx, and we integrate in between. What would be our limits?
0 and 3.
0 and 3.
0 and 3. All right. So when I integrate x minus 3 squared, we are going to get x minus 3 to the power of 3 over 3 by 1. All right. And 3 by 1 will just give 3. So when I substitute my limits, I'm going to get 3 minus 3 to the power of 3 over 3 minus 0 minus 3 to the power of 3 over 3. 3 minus 3 is 0. 0 to the power of 3 is 0. 0 over 3 is 0. So you get 0 minus. And what would the second part turn out to be?
Minus 27 on 3, which is
27.
minus 9.
Right, so you're going to get minus 3 to the power of 3, which is minus 27 over 3. And that's going to give you 0 minus minus 9, which is 9. Your answer is C for 42. All right. (43) The finite region enclosed by the curve y equals square root of x, where x is greater than or equal to 0. The x-axis and the line of x equal 3, as shown in the figure above, is rotated completely about the x-axis. The volume of the solid of revolution formed is, so again we deal with volume, and the formula for volume is equal to pi by the integral of y squared dx. Right? Now we don't have to do any calculation here. It's just apply the formula. Right? So your volume here is going to be pi by the integral between, my limits would be
3 and 0.
0 and 3 again, and it's y squared. So if y is the square root of x, what is y squared?
X.
X. All right, so your answer is b is equal to pi by the integral between 0 and 3 of x dx. The answer is B. All right. (44). And this is a repeated question. 2x plus 3 to the power of 5. The integral of 2x plus 3 to the power of 5 dx. So again, 2x plus 3, we increase the index by 1. We divide by that new power. We multiply here by
2.
2. Right? We differentiate what is in a bracket. So this is going to give you 2x plus 3 to the power of 6 over 12 plus c, and that is the same as 1/12 2x plus 3 to the power of 6 plus c. All right, the answer is C. And 45, which is a repeated question, is the answer 45.
Three cos x plus 2 sin x plus c.
So you're saying D. All right, so dy dx, they give us dy dx. We have to find the indefinite integral. All right, so we are integrating. All right. All right, and if I integrate sine, what do I get?
Cosine.
Be careful, this is integration.
Minus cos x.
Minus cos.
Right, minus cos. Minus 2 by, if I integrate cosine, I get sine. So this will turn out to be what? Minus 3 cos x minus 2 sine x plus c. The answer is
C.
C. All right, 45C. All right. Could I have one more person to volunteer? I'll make one more person a co-host. So if one person misses,
Yes,
somebody
sir.
in the meeting room, could you just give me a name if you're volunteering?
Jaya Sudin Singh.
All right. All right, great. All right, so that's the end of the specimen paper. Now, the prediction for today is that by 11 o'clock, we're hoping to finish 3 more papers. You will understand why I'm saying that, because it's a lot of repeated questions, right? For those who were not here yesterday, this is a 2-day event. So some of you all, I'm not sure if you all got the flyer late, but it means that if we have done questions yesterday, we will not be repeating them unless somebody asks me to go through it again in terms of the solution, right? The good thing is that it has been streamed live. So if you all missed out any part of yesterday, or for those who missed the entire session yesterday, you all could message me and I will send you all the stream link. So you all could use that to go through what was done yesterday, right? You could use your link on YouTube. All right, so all right, we're going to (2014). Are you all seeing it on my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, great. So 2014 question 1. When 2x cubed plus 3x squared minus 2x plus 3 is divided by 2x minus 1, the remainder is. Now we talked about this. We said that when you have a polynomial and you have a linear expression in the form px plus q, right? The remainder is given by f of minus q over p. All right, so if I have 2x minus 1 as the expression, what would minus q over p equal to? What would that be equal to? Basically, what would I be substituting? I got some some noise in the background there. I didn't hear what you said.
So positive 1.
All right, so you're saying positive 1. Now this is not x. Remember, if you had x minus 1, you substitute positive 1, but this is 2x minus 1.
So negative 2x plus 1.
All right, now let's see how this, the expression we're dividing by is 2x plus 1, right? Let's compare that with px plus q. If I have 2x plus 1, sorry, minus 1, 2x minus 1, what is the value of q?
The minus 1.
And p is 2. So what is minus q over p?
Negative 1 over 2.
Not negative 1,
Negative 1 over 2.
which will turn out to be positive, right?
Positive.
Yeah.
All right, so an easy way, let me mention this one time since you all got a little problems there. Now it's easy if you have if you have x minus 1, it's easy to see that the value of x that will make it 0 is 1. So you substitute 1, right? If you have x plus 2, what would you substitute?
The 2.
No, not
Negative 2.
Negative 2.
right? Now look at this. If I have 2x minus 1, if it was x minus 1, you will substitute 1, right? But I have 2x minus 1, so you substitute 1 over 2, right? It will be a half. So you can remember it like that also. But it's simply what value of x will make this equal to 0. So you could also solve it. 2x minus 1 is 0. 2x will be equal to 1, and x is equal to a half. So be careful with that, right? Are we okay with that now?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
If you have 3x minus 2, what would you have to substitute? Based on the little what I showed you all here. consider the x minus 2 first. If you had x minus 2, what would you substitute?
Positive 2.
Right? But since you have 3 here in front of the x, you substitute 2/3. That will make it equal to 0. All right? So we are going to substitute a half. So the remainder is given by f of a half. Now, f of x here is equal to 2x cubed minus 3x squared minus 2x plus 3.
I think it's plus 3x.
Sorry, plus 3x squared. Yeah. So f of a half will be 2 by a half cube plus 3 by a half squared minus 2 by a half plus 3. All right, you can use a calculator, but you need to be careful with your bracketing and so on. This will give me 2 by a half to the power of 3 is 1/8 plus 3 by a half squared, which is a quarter, minus 2 by a half. 2 by a half is 1, right? So minus 1 plus 3. 2 by 1/8 is equal to what?
Quarter.
A quarter plus 3/4 minus 1 plus 3. So it turns out to be what? A quarter plus 3/4 is 1. 1 minus 1 plus 3.
3.
Your answer is 3. Right? So 2014 question 1. Your answer is C. All right. Question 2 is a repeated question. Could you tell me the answer for that one?
So A.
The answer is D as in dog. A minus 3 by B minus C. All right, so we're just gonna move quickly through these, unless, as I said, somebody asks me to go over a question. All right, so 2 would be D. Number 3, repeated question again. Answer
B.
B as in bat. Number 4, repeated question again. The least number of visas issued. That was what?
B as in bat.
B as in bat, 9. Number 5. All right, number 5 is a repeated question, but it's very simple, so I'm going to do it still. So I have 5x squared, because I'm not sure if it's the exact equation they gave. All right. Now I have A as 5, B as 6, and C as -2. And I want to determine what type of roots we have. So we use B squared minus 4AC. All right. B squared minus 4AC. So we consider in B squared and we consider in 4AC. What would be the value of B squared? B squared will be 6 squared, which is 36. And 4AC is going to be 4 by 5 by -2. So yes, this is the same question. 36 and minus 40. That means B squared is greater than 4AC. And as you see, I'm saying B squared minus 4AC is greater than 0. Right? Makes sense? Remember, I explained to you all that saying B squared minus 4AC is greater than 0 is the same as saying B squared is greater than 4AC. If I move this negative 4AC to the right hand side, it's the same thing. So if B squared is greater than 4AC, or your discriminant B squared minus 4AC is greater than 0, what type of roots do we have?
Real and distinct.
Real and distinct. Number 5 is E. Number 6 is also a repeated question. Anybody remembers the answer for that one? Number 6. No?
So I think I remember it was C.
No, this one is not C.
The answer is B.
The answer is B. And let me show you all how you could actually figure out before actually sketching the graph and so on, right? When you look at x squared here, the coefficient of x squared is 1. That means your value of a is positive and you have a smiling graph, right? The minimum graph. So if you have a minimum graph and you are looking for the range for which it is less than 0, since a minimum graph, it will always be between the two values of x where it intersects the x-axis. You're realizing that?
Yes, sir.
Right? So that could actually give you a hint there. Right? Less than 0, you know how the graph is shaped. The between those two critical values is where the graph will be below the x-axis. So it will be between 2 and 5. All right? So is everyone clear on this?
Yes, sir.
Right? Remember I said if you all really need me to go over one, feel free to ask. All right, number 7, the set of values of x for which 3x plus 2 is greater than x minus 2. This one is very simple. 3x plus 2 is greater than x minus 2. Bring in my terms and x on one side. The 3x minus x is greater than negative 2 minus 2. Constant terms on the right hand side. 2x will be greater than minus 4. You divide both sides by 2. And therefore x is greater than minus 2. Right? So 7 will be D. Number 8. All right, so we're skipping number 8. That's functions. We're skipping 9, 10, 11. All right, so 8, 9, 10, 11. We're skipping. 12 is a repeated question, so give me the answer. We're going to move through quickly with these.
D.
12 will be D. 3 to the power of 3m plus 1 over n. 13 is also a repeated question.
Minus a half.
Minus a half, but I'll still do that one because it's short. So 4 to the power of x plus 1 is equal to 2. What you want to do here is change this 4 and express it with a base of 2. So 4 is 2 squared. Right, and 2 is 2 to the power of 1. When you have a power to a power, we multiply the indices. So it's 2 to the power of 2 by x plus 1 is equal to 2 to the power of 1. 2 to the power of 2x plus 2 will be equal to 2 to the power of 1. Since both sides are expressed as terms of the same base, we can equate the indices. 2x plus 2 is equal to 1. Therefore, 2x will be equal to minus 1, and x will be negative a half. So 13a, 14 is also a repeated question.
D.
Apply the quotient rule, the answer will be D. Log p x over y is the same as log p of x minus log p of y, so 6 minus 4 gives 2. All right, 15 is also a repeated question.
D.
15D, 16, repeated again.
C a quarter.
A quarter, right? 2 to the minus 1 will be 1 over 2 to the power of 1, that's a half. And a to the power of a third is the cube root of 8, which is 2. A half divided by 2 is the same as half multiplied by a half, and that will give you a quarter. 17. All right, so 17, we didn't come across this yet, but it's simple. Which one of the following is not an arithmetic sequence? So for an AP, we are looking for a common difference. When we consider option E, does it have a common difference?
No.
No.
No? All right, so 11, then 2, that means we're subtracting 9. But I get from 2 to negative 8, we are subtracting 10. And then from negative 8 to negative 9, subtracting 11. So yes, there is no common difference. The answer is E for 17. 18, repeated question, almost every paper.
B.
600.
600. 19 is also repeated.
25 on 3.
E.
So you're seeing that you can look at the question and know the answer immediately now. 20 is repeated. We did that yesterday.
E.
E, 58 minutes, 12 seconds. 21 also repeated, but it's short, so I'll do it. The equation given here is in the form x minus a squared plus y minus b squared is equal to r squared. You know that the center of your circle is given by AB. By comparison here, what would be your center?
1 minus 3.
1
1
minus 3.
minus 3. All right, 21E. 22, repeat the question again.
Answer is 8.
The answer is 8. All right, so remember all we're doing for this one, we're looking at parallel lines. You have the same gradient. The line that you are given is 3x plus y minus 21 is 0. If I want the gradient, I'm going to express it in the form y equals mx plus c. So I'm going to get y is equal to negative 3x plus 21. Your gradient is negative 3. Right? Now, if the line through the points P and Q is parallel to that, that's the same gradient. The gradient of the line through PQ will be 8 minus 2 over 6 minus K. All right, y2 minus y1 over x2 minus x1. And it has to be equal to negative 3. So you're going to get 6 over 6 minus K is equal to negative 3. 6 is equal to negative 3 by 6 minus K. 6 will be minus 18 plus 3K. 3K will be equal to 6 plus 18, which is 24. And K would be 24 over 3, which is 8. All right, so yes, 22. C. 23. Also a repeated question. All right, I have, anybody remembers the answer? Okay, I don't think this is the same question that we got before. All right, no, it's not the same one. All right, but again, when you all see points of intersection, we are looking for, it deals with simultaneous equations, right? So what you're looking for is a pair of points that will satisfy both equations. All right, so 23. All right, so just to save time, I'll tell you all that the answer is D, and we'll test it to verify, right? Remember, both points have to satisfy both equations. So when I look at the point 3, 4, it satisfies here, right? 3 plus 4 is 7. So I don't need to do the work in now. It's fairly simple. And 4, 3 will also satisfy this because 4 plus 3 is 7. All right, let's look at the x squared plus y squared is 25. If I have 3, 4, then 3 squared will be x squared will be 3 squared plus y squared, which is 4 squared. 9 plus 16 is 25. And the same thing if you have 4, if you just reverse them, so you have 4, 3, 4 squared plus 3 squared will also give you 25. So the answer for 23 is D. 24, simple question repeated again. Vectors, parallel vectors, equal vectors, sorry. Same magnitude and direction, that's B as in bat. 25, repeated again.
D.
D as in dog, 21, negative 20. 26. The position vector of the point P relative to an origin is given as P is equal to 5i plus 2j. And the position vector of Q is given as Q is equal to negative 4i plus 10j. And we are required to determine which statement is true. P and Q are parallel. Let's test that. Are they parallel? How would we know if they are parallel?
They will have a scalar factor.
All right, so one will be a scalar multiple of the other. And if we look at the g's, which is easy to look at, to get from this 2 to 10, I need to multiply by 5. But if I multiply the 5 here by 5, I will not get minus 4. So there's not, right, a scalar multiple that exists. One is not a scalar multiple of the other, so they are not parallel. All right. The acute angle between P and Q is 60 degrees. Now you can go ahead and you'll be testing to see which one is true. My advice, you deal with the simpler ones first, parallel and perpendicular, right? Now let's test if they are perpendicular. How would we know if two vectors are perpendicular?
The dot product is equal to 0.
The dot product is 0. Now what do we get a dot product of 0 here? P dot Q would be 5i plus 2j dot negative 4i plus 10g. Remember dot product, we're just dealing with the numbers, right? The coefficients. So 5 by negative 4 is minus 20 plus 2 by 10, you're going to get 0. So they are perpendicular, right? To test that, well, we know the answer is C. But they are saying here the acute angle between P and Q is 60 degrees. In order to test that one to find the angle, well, if you did B, you will actually figure out that the answer is C, right? Because you will get the angle to be 90 degrees. All right, so we'll use your cos theta. Your formula cos theta is the dot product of the two vectors over the magnitude of one vector by the magnitude of the other one. And from the time you do your dot product, so if I was testing B, I would say cos theta is equal to 5i plus 2j dot negative 4i plus 10j over the square root of 5 squared plus 2 squared by the square root of negative 4 squared plus 10 squared. Right, cos theta will be equal to, and when you find the dot product here, you're going to get 0. And 0 divided by anything is 0, right? So therefore you got cos theta is 0, and theta will be cos inverse of 0, and that will give you 90 degrees. So you will know it's not 60, and you already figured out it's 90 degrees, and you know 90 degrees means they're perpendicular. All right, so the answer is C for 26. 27, all you're going to do for 27 is use a calculator. Find the value of sine 150 over cos 150. Somebody can work out that quickly. Sine 150 over cos 150.
Negative 0.1.
Negative 0.577.
577.
And then you calculate these on a calculator, see which one matches. All right. And the answer should be E. They should also give you minus 0.577. All right. Somebody can verify that.
Yes, sir. And I realized why they're doing a press the fraction button rather than the division button.
Okay, no problem. All right, so 27 will be E. 28, we have a triangle here. The size of the missing angle measured in radians is, all right, so we know that the interior angles of a triangle add up to 180 degrees. Therefore, X is going to be 180 minus the sum of these two, and these two will give you a sum of 144. So X is actually 36 degrees. All right, and we want it in radians. So we know that pi radians is 180 degrees. So if I want it in radians, I'm going to divide by 180, right? Right, we could divide the 36 by 180 to find a fraction, and we know it will be that fraction of pi. But in general, when you're converting from degrees to radians, you can multiply by pi over 180. To go from radians to degrees, you multiply by 180 over pi. To go from degrees to radians, you multiply by pi over 180. 36 into 36, 136 into 180 is
5.
pi over 5 radians. All right, the answer is E for 28. 29. All right, so 29 has a mistake. All right, none of these would give the answer to the question. So I'm thinking that it's a mistake here, and this should actually be which of the following represents the graph of y equals cosine 2x. All right, so let's go with that. Which one will represent the graph of y equals cosine 2x?
A.
A.
E. All right. From 0 to 360 or 2 pi, you will have 2 cycles being completed. Right, so this is one cycle ending here, and the second one. All right. If you look at B, B is actually graph of y equals cosine x. All right. So 29e, 30 is also a repeated question.
5 on 3.
The smallest positive angle for theta is greater than or equal to 0 but less than or equal to 2 pi, for which equation 2 cos theta minus 1 by cos theta minus 2 is equal to 0 is positive is. All right, now we know that cosine theta minus 2 is invalid because if I use that, I'm going to get cosine theta is equal to 2, right? And cosine cannot take values beyond -1 and +1. So this is invalid. When we consider 2 cos theta minus 1 is equal to 0, you're going to get 2 cos theta is equal to 1, and cos theta will be equal to a half. All right? Cos theta is equal to a half. So what we're going to say here, theta is equal to cos inverse of a half, and that will give what? If we deal with the smallest, we know that cosine is positive in which quadrants? Cosine is positive in which 2 quadrants?
The first and the last.
The first and the last. So if you're looking at the smallest angle, we'll look at the first quadrant, right? So just theta is cosine inverse of a half, and that will give you 60 degrees or pi over 3. The answer for 30 will be A. 31, repeated question, sine alpha plus 45 is equal to
A.
1 over root 2 by sine alpha plus cos alpha. 32, answer 4 pi over 5 radians. Express is
B as in bat.
B as in bat,
Bat.
right? 144 degrees. 33 is also repeated. If sine theta is 5 over 13 and theta is obtuse, then tan theta is equal to
B.
B as in bat minus 5 over 12. 34 again, repeated.
C.
C, 2 over sine x, 35, repeated again.
A.
A, negative 10 by 5 minus 2 x to the power of 4. 36, repeated. Be careful this one. Remember, I told you there's a variation, right? In this one, we are given the curve y equals cosine x, and we want the gradient at pi equal at x equal pi over 6. So what would be the answer here?
B as in bat.
B as in bat. Right? If you differentiate cosine, we'll get negative sine x. So I should give you a hint that the answer is going to be negative. Negative sine pi over 6. Sine pi over 6 is what? Pi over 6 is 30 degrees. You could use your fingers. Your 30-degree finger is the one next to your thumb. So when I look to the left of that finger, I have one finger. So it's square root of 1. You always divide by 2. Square root of 1 is 1. So you're going to get a half. Right? So the answer is B. 37 is also a repeated question. The curve C is given by the equation y equals 2x cubed minus 3x squared minus 12x plus 6. The values of x at which stationary points occur. Do I need to do this one over?
So if you don't mind.
Huh?
I think the answer will be for this one.
All right, so all right, I'll still do it quickly. Stationary points dy dx equals 0. So I'm going to find dy dx. Dy dx here will be 6x squared minus 6x minus 12. All right. And dy dx has to be equals to 0 for stationary points. I could also make this equation smaller by dividing by 6, as you can see, right? So if I divide by 6, I'm going to get x squared minus x minus 2 is equal to 0. You're going to get x squared plus x minus 2x minus 2 is 0. Right, which will give x by x plus 1 minus 2 by x plus 1 is 0. X minus 2 by x plus 1 is 0. And when we solve each of them, we're going to get x equals 2 and x equals negative 1. The answer is B, negative 1 and 2. 38. Repeated question again. Y equals cosine 2x dy dx will be equal to
B.
Minus sine 2x.
I heard two people at the same time. I didn't hear the answer you gave.
So C.
All right, C minus 2 sine 2x. All right, so we have cosine 2x. Right, and if I differentiate cosine, we get sine minus sine. But what do I have to do again here?
Multiply
It's
by
2
the
comes
Multiply
with,
by the 2.
right, so you get minus 2 sine 2x.
Excuse me, the integral of cos 2x to be a half sine 2x plus c.
I'm not hearing the question.
The integral of cos 2x, it will be a half sine 2x.
Yes, plus C.
Alright, thanks.
All right, 39. The curve C is given by the equation y. All right, this one is also a repeated question. Right, we have to find the second derivative. What was the answer for this one?
B. Yes, and back.
B as in back, 2 plus 32 over x cubed. All right, 40. Repeated question again. It's a trial and error. 40 was what?
So A.
E, 5. 41, repeated again. 2x minus 40 power 3, if I integrate that, we'll get 2x minus 40 power 4 over 4 by 2, which is 8 plus k. So 41 is C. 42, repeated again.
C.
C.
All right, C, if I integrate between A and B, but I have a limit here between A and B, then I can integrate between A and C first, and then integrate between C and B. So it's C for 42. 43, repeated again.
B.
B, 31 over 3. 44 is, all right, 44 is similar to one we did before. It's not a repeat though. So this one I have the integral between 3 and 1 of f of x dx is 5. What's the integral between 1 and 3 of 2f of x dx plus 3? It's the same as saying 2 by the integral of f of x dx plus 3. So it's 2 by 5, because the integral of f of x dx was 5, plus 3, you're going to get 13 as your answer. So 44D and 45, which is also repeated. So you'll see how many questions in this paper we went through already. Right, sine x minus cos x. If I integrate that, what will I get?
Minus cos x minus sine x plus c.
All right, so if I integrate sine, we get minus cos.
Cos.
If I integrate cosine, we get
Positive sign.
positive sign. Right, so it's minus cos x minus sin x plus c. The answer is D. All right, something in the chat. What was number 43? 43 was B, as in bat. All right, is everyone okay with this paper?
Yes, sir.
After the end of today, I will send you all my PDF document with all the answer keys, right? So far we have covered, yesterday we covered 2018, 2012, specimen 2012 and 2016, right? We have covered 2014 today so far. All right. I just need to check to find the next paper. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just give me 2 minutes and then we'll resume with the other paper. All right.
Excuse me, which one are you gonna do next?
20. I'm moving on to 2015.
All right.
All right. All right, so I've located the 2015. But before I do that, somebody had asked a question about the integral when we were doing question 38. Who was it? What was the question that you asked me? Was the integral of what?
The integral of cos 2x.
All right, so I'll just do that. If we have to integrate cosine 2x, all right, what we'll do, you're gonna let t equals 2x. If we do that, then we have the integral of cos t, right? If t is 2x, then dt dx will be 2. All right, let me just make some. All right, dt dx will be 2, and therefore we have the integral of cos t, but I have dx here. So what I'll do is make dx the subject here. Dx will be dt over 2. So it's integral of cos t dt over 2. If I integrate cosine, what do I get?
Sine.
Sine. So I get sine t over 2 plus c. And what was t? T was 2x. So I get sine 2x over 2 plus c. That's why you end up with a half sine 2x plus c. Right? That's what, if anybody else was wondering about that question. All right, so let's move on. Yeah, let's move on to, no problem, 2015. All right, so 2015, number 1, the expression x minus 2 is a factor of, this is a repeated question, the answer is?
A.
E. All right, remember, now if you don't remember it or you were not here, if you want to find out if it is a factor, you need to substitute x as 2 into the given polynomials to see which one will give you a result of 0, right? That 0 means that the remainder is 0. If you have a remainder of 0, it means it is a factor. So number 1, E. Number 2, just call out the answer quickly as your name is repeated, right?
D.
D, so as in dog.
E
No,
as
sir. Yeah, D as in dog. Sorry.
number 3, I have x squared minus 6x plus 13. And we have to express in the form a by x plus a squared plus k. Once you'll see that, it means you are completing the square. All right, my coefficient of x squared is already 1 here, so I don't need to divide by anything. So let's complete the square. Bracket x minus half of 6, which is 3, squared. Copy your third term, put a minus sign, square the second term in the bracket. We get x minus 3 squared plus 13 minus 9, which is 4. This is now in the form a by x plus h squared plus k. And by comparison, what are the values of a, h, and k? A would be
1
1, h is equal to
minus 3.
minus 3, and k is equal to 4. Your answer is B. Right? Number 3 would be B. Number 4, roots of the equation, again, nature of the roots. So I have 3x squared minus 6x minus 5 is equal to 0. A would be 3, B is negative 6, C is negative 5. I'm looking at B squared, I'm looking at 4AC. The value of B squared will be
36.
36.
36, and 4AC is going to be 4 by 3 by minus 5, which is
60.
minus 60.
Minus 60.
So what is the relation between B squared and 4AC?
B.
B squared is greater than 4AC, or as some of you all use the discriminant, it's the same as saying B squared minus 4AC will be greater than 0. That means you have real and distinct. Yes, Azaria. So 4 would be B, as in bat, real and distinct. Number 5, the values of x for which x plus 15 squared is equal to 64x are. So you can decide to solve the equation, but again, it's multiple choice. We can simply substitute, do a trial and error. All right, so just substitute the values of x to see which pair satisfies the equation. The answer would be D. So let's verify that. X plus 15 squared is equal to 64x. If I'm trying D, let's use the 9 first. I'm going to get 9 plus 15 squared is equal to 64 by 9. That gives me 24 squared is equal to, what is 64 by 9?
576.
And is 24 squared equal to that?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Right, so it satisfies, and let's look at the 25 now. If I substitute x as 25, you're going to get 25 plus 15 squared is equal to 64 by 25. 25 plus 15 is 40. 40 squared will be 1600, and 64 by 25 is also 1600. So your answer is D for number 5. Number 6, repeated question. Answer.
B.
B. X is greater than 2 but less than 5. 7, repeated again.
D.
X is greater than negative 2. All right. All right. We're skipping 8. We're skipping. All right. We could do 9. 9 also falls under quadratic, so we'll do 9. All right. Given that f of x is x squared plus 4x minus 21, the range of f of x is. All right. So what we are going to do here is find the minimum value. Right. Remember your quadratic. In this case, you're going to have a minimum graph. All right. So however the graph is, the range, we are looking at the y values. It means that your y values will always be greater than or equal to that minimum value. So that's what you're looking for, the minimum value. All right. So let's complete the square, or some of you know your formula you could use for finding k. If I complete the square, I'm going to get x plus half of 4, which is 2 squared. Copy the third term, put a minus sign, square your second term in bracket. X plus 2 squared I don't know why these things keep popping up. All right. Right, x plus 2 squared minus 21 minus 4. You're going to get x plus 2 squared minus 25. And that tells me, remember this is in the form x plus 8 squared plus k, right? We could also write that, well, we know a is 1. That means that your minimum is negative 25. What that means is that all your y values are going to be greater than or equal to minus 25. It cannot be lower than negative 25. So your answer is what? C. F of x has to be greater than or equal to negative 25. All right. Number 10, we're skipping that. We're skipping 11. 12 is a repeated question. All right. Anybody remembers the answer for 12? Or should I do it over? All right, so we'll do it over, right? What I want to do is express 27 and 9 as powers of 3. So 27 will be 3 to the power of 3, power of 2x, and 9 will be 3 to the power of 2, and I have to the power of x. So you're going to get 3 to the power of 1 by 3 to the power of, when you have a power to a power, we multiply the indices. That's 6x, and here we're going to have 3 to the power of 2x. All right, the left-hand side, we could combine it to get 3 to the power of 1 plus 6x is equal to 3 to the power of 2x. Since both sides are expressed as single terms to the same base, we could equate the indices. So 1 plus 6x is equal to 2x. 6x minus 2x will be equal to minus 1. 4x is equal to minus 1, and x is equal to minus a quarter. All right, so your answer is E for number 12. Right. 13, answer.
C.
The correction, C.
C, 13C. All right, 3 to the power of 3m plus 1 over pi. 14, repeated question again. Answer for 14.
A.
A, negative a half. 15 is also repeated.
B.
B, 4. All right, remember you convert to index form. 2 to the power of 6 is equal to x cubed. So you're going to get 64 is x cubed. And x will be the cube root of 64, which is going to be 4. 16 is also a repeated question, but I'll do that one over. X squared plus 3x plus 4 is equal to 0. Whenever you see alpha and beta, you have to use your values of A, B, and C. A is 1, B is 3, C is 4. And our relationships, the sum of the roots, A plus alpha plus beta is equal to
negative B over A.
negative B over A, which will give me negative 3 over 1, which is negative 3. All right, and we don't even need to do the alpha beta because all they're asking us for is alpha plus beta squared. If alpha plus beta is negative 3, then alpha plus beta squared is
Positive 9.
positive 9. The answer is C. 17, repeated question, common ratio.
Three on 2.
3 on 2, 17, C. 18,
B 600.
600. 19, for the AP, negative 12, negative 7, negative 2, 3, 8, and so on. The n term is given by. So now for an AP, Tn is E plus n minus 1D. All right, for this AP, we know that A is equal to negative 12 and D is equal to what? What is the value of D here?
Plus 5.
Positive 5. So let's find a general formula for the nth term. We're going to get negative 12 plus, I'm just going to put a D in front, so 5 by n minus 1 minus 12 plus, when I remove the brackets, I'm going to get 5n minus 5. That will give me 5n, and minus 12 minus 5 is minus 70. The answer is E for 19. 20, repeated question again. 20 would be D, 2500 over 3. 21. All right, so I'll do 21, although I think we might have done it already. A line L passes through the point 65 and is perpendicular to the line whose equation is 3x plus 4y minus 7 is 0. All right, the lines are perpendicular. What do we know about perpendicular lines and gradients? All right, well, that's how you find it, but the relationship is that the product of the gradients is always equal to negative 1, right? So let's find the gradients of the given line. The given line, 3x plus 4y minus 7 equals 0. We need to find the gradient here. So we need to express it in the form of y equals mx plus c. So 4y will be equal to minus 3x plus 7. And we divide each term by 4, you get y is equal to minus 3/4 x plus 7 over 4. That means your gradient is negative 3/4. If the line L is perpendicular, right? If L is perpendicular to that line, then the gradient is what? The gradient of L will be what?
4 over 3.
Positive 4 over 3, right? Negative the reciprocal. Right, and we have a point to use, so let's find the equation of a line. Y equals mx plus c, right? Substituting 0.65, we're going to get 6 is equal to the gradient, which is 4 over 3 by x, which is, sorry, let me see. Y would be 5 is equal to 4 over 3 by 6 plus c. 5 will be equal to 3 into 3, 1, 3 into 6, 2. So this will give you 8 plus c. and c would be 5 minus x, which is negative 3. Therefore, the equation is y is equal to 4 over 3x minus 3. What do I have to do to get the equation to look like what they have? What did they do?
Multiply by 3.
Multiply by 3. So if I multiply each by 3, we're going to get
3y
3y is equal to
4x
4x
minus 9.
minus 9. And it still doesn't look like what they have. So what we have to do here is,
Bring across the 3y on the right hand
all
side.
right, so we're going to have 4x minus 3y minus 9 is equal to 0. All right, 21, the answer is D. It's 22. Repeated question, answer. This one is very simple. Which point will satisfy both equations?
A.
A, 4, 1. 23. A circle C has center 3, negative 2, and radius 4. The equation is. So let's start the equation of a circle x minus a squared plus y minus b squared is equal to r squared. That will give me x minus 3 squared plus, here we're going to get y plus 2. Be careful that squared is equal to 4 squared. And we expand. So x minus 3 squared will give you x squared minus 6x plus 9. And y plus 2 squared is going to give you y squared plus 4y plus 4. All right. This will be 16. I'm going to bring it across to the left one time. So it's minus 16. And we're going to get x squared plus y squared minus 6x plus 4y plus 9 plus 4 minus 16. That's 13 minus 16 minus 3. All right, which one matches that? X squared plus y squared minus 6x. So the answer is C. All right, 23C. 24 repeated. Vectors are equal if they have the same magnitude and direction. That answer is B as in bat. 25 answer. Repeated question again, unit vector.
C.
All right, 25C. 26. We did this one.
C.
C, they are perpendicular. Just give me a minute, all right? I'm going to send the link to a few students who are on YouTube because we are a lot of students not here yet. All right. All right, so I think those are the 5. Okay, great. Right, so 26 we said would be C, they are perpendicular. 27, we just came across that question. The answer is
A.
E. 28. What did I do? 2015. Number 28. All right, 28.
A.
28A, 5 over 5. 29. Which graph represents y equals sine x? D as in dog. 30. Repeat it again.
A.
A, 5 over 3. 31. Repeated.
A.
A again. 32.
B.
B, 144. 33.
B.
B.
B, minus 5 over 12. 34.
C.
C.
C, 35.
D. D as in dog.
D as in dog. 7 over square root of 7x plus 4. 36. If d squared y over dx squared is negative, what type of stationary point do we have?
Oh no, so the answer for 35 is D.
35, let me see, it's 7x. All right, yeah, 7x. All right, yeah, I didn't see that. All right, 35, 7x over the square root of 7x squared plus 4. All right, yeah, here we'll get multiplied by 14x. All right, a half by 14x. So 35 is actually b as in bat. 36. If d squared y over dx squared is negative, what type of point do we have?
Maximum.
Maximum turning point, D. 37. If I differentiate cos 2x, we get negative 2 sine 2x. 38. All right, we'll do 38. I don't think we did that one yet. We have to differentiate here, and I have a quotient, so we are going to use our quotient law. All right, so I have u as x squared. I have v as x plus 3. That means du dx will be 2x, and dv dx will be 1. All right, quotient rule. D dx u over v is equal to v du dx minus u dv dx over v squared. So let's just apply that and simplify. That will be x plus 3 by 2x minus x squared by 1 over v squared, which is x plus 3 squared. You just need to simplify the numerator. So 2x by x plus 3 will give you 2x squared plus 6x, and I have minus x squared. All right, and that will give me x squared plus 6x over x plus 3 squared. And what can I do with the numerator?
Because X as a factor.
Right, so you can factorize. So you'll get x by x plus 6 over x plus 3 squared. Your answer is D as in dog, x by x plus 6 over x plus 3 squared. 39.
A minimum turning point.
All right, so we have the curve C with equation y equals f of x as a stationary point at negative 2, 5. F double prime is x to the power 4 minus 15. So if we want to find out what type of point we have, we substitute the x coordinate of the stationary point, and we'll get negative 2 to the power 4 as 16. 16 minus 15 gives me positive 1. If it's positive, it is a, somebody said it, minimum turning point. Good. 40 is also repeated. It's a trial and error. Which one will give me that integral?
6.
40 is E, 6. 41, dealing with volume. I am dealing with a curve y equals x squared. Remember, volume is pi by the integral of y squared dx. So it will be pi by the integral between 0 and 1 of y squared. Y squared will be x squared squared, which will give you x to the power of 4. Right, so your answer is D for 41, D as in dog. 42 is a repeated question also. 42. C, 43. So if I integrate, we want to integrate 3x squared plus cos x. If I integrate 3x squared, we get 3x cubed over 3. If I integrate cosine, we get sine. So that simplifies to x cubed plus sine x plus c. All right, 43b. 44 is also a repeat. Is it a repeated question? Yeah, I think so, but we'll do 44 in detail. I remember if we did that one yesterday. All right, so I have the integral between 1 and 2 of 1 plus x squared. If I integrate 1, I'm going to get x. If I integrate x, I'm going to get x squared over 2. If I integrate x squared, I'm going to get x cubed over 3 between 2 and 1. So that will give me 2 plus 2 squared over 2 plus 2 cubed over 3 minus 1 plus 1 squared over 2 plus 1 cubed over 3. Right, this will give me 2 plus 2 plus 8 over 3 minus 1 plus a half plus a third. Right, 8 over 3 gives 2 and 2/3. So basically what I have here is 6 and 2/3 minus 1 plus a half plus 1/3. That will give me what? 1 and what?
5, 6.
5, 6, right? LCM will be 6. You get 6 plus 2 to 6, 3. 3 by 1 is 3. And 3 to 6, 2. 2 by 1 is 2. So you end up with 11 over 6, which is 1 and 5, 6. All right, so 6 and 2/3 minus 1 and 5, 6. That's the same as 20 over 3 minus 11 over 6, which will be 40 minus 11 over 6. You get 29 over 6. And that will give you 4 and 5, 6 when converted to a mixed number. All right, the answer is C for 44. And 45 is also a repeated question. The answer is all right, so I'll do 45 again. Y is equal to minus x squared plus 2. Right, the region R is enclosed by the x-axis. The curve y equals negative x squared plus 2. The lines x equals 0 and x equals 1. What's the area? The area of R would be the integral between 0 and 1. So the area is the integral between 0 and 1 of minus x squared plus 2 dx. If I integrate minus x squared plus 2, we're going to get minus x cubed over 3 plus 2x. All right, and that will give me minus 1 cubed over 3 plus 2 by 1 minus, and since these two terms have x and m on a substitute 0, that will turn to 0. So it says minus 1/3 plus 2. What is minus 1/3 plus 2?
5 over 3.
1 and 2/3, which will be 5 over 3, 45b. All right, so we have completed 2014, 2015. You will get your 10-minute break now. When we come back, I am going on to 20. I think the next one I'm doing will be 20. 2013. All right, I did send you all the solutions for that. We'll do it still, and after that, we will, yeah, after we do 2013, we will begin the specimen, the new specimen paper, which is the one I want to focus on. That one is going to take us a while to do because I will be doing that one in detail. We have a few repeated questions, but most of them will be different. All right. So you're getting a 10-minute break now. Again, don't log out of the session. All right. So we'll resume at 10:40. All right, I hope that everyone is back. I've decided that I will go with 2019. Now, I did send you all solutions, detailed solutions for 2020, 2013, and 2019. So I was going to hold back on those, but seeing that we are moving quickly because a lot of the questions are repeated, so we're just skipping through those. I will do 2019 now, and depending on how the time goes, we will do 2013 and 2017. We should have enough time to get through that in the morning period. And that will mean that we have covered everything except the specimen paper. Remember, I'm not doing 2020 because that one was typed and I sent you all the detailed solution. So make sure you'll go through the 2020, right, on your own using the detailed solutions I provided. But it means you'll cover everything. And then the afternoon session today will be used for the new specimen paper. Based on what happened with paper 2, as you all saw, half of the paper came just like what I did with you all from the specimen. I'm thinking that's make sure you'll go through the new specimen paper a good few times and make sure you all know all the answers, please. All right, so we'll use the afternoon session for that, but we'll be doing that one a bit differently. I will explain to you all what we'll be doing for that one. All right, so let's resume. We're on 2019. So as soon as you all see a repeated question, just call out the answer so we can move on quickly. All right, we'll focus on the new questions that have not appeared before. So number 1, the expression x minus 2 is a factor of
A.
Number 1a. Number 2, when x cubed minus 7x squared plus 2x minus 1 is divided by x plus 2, the quotient is, as a new question, if I'm divided by x plus 2, all right, we are divided by x plus 2. I want to find out the quotient. What do I have to do?
The long division.
We have to use the long division, right? So I have x plus 2 into x cubed minus 7x squared plus 2x minus 1. All right, x into x cubed is x squared. X squared by x will give me back x cubed. X squared by 2 will give me 2x squared. We subtract x cubed minus x cubed will give me 0. Negative 7x squared minus 2x squared will give me
minus 9x.
minus 9x squared. Right, bring down your 2x. X into minus x minus 9x squared will give me what?
X.
Minus x.
X into minus 9x squared give what?
Minus 9x.
Minus 9x. Minus 9x by x will give me back minus 9x squared. Minus 9x by 2 will give me minus 18x. Right? Minus 9 minus minus 9 will give you 0. 2x minus minus 18x will be 20x. 20x minus 1. X into 20x will be 20. 20 by x will give you 20x. 20 by 2 will give you 40. All right? So that's what we need to do. Minus 1. Well, 20 minus 1 is 0. Minus 1 minus 40 will be minus 41. Your quotient, this is your quotient here. X squared minus 9x plus 20. So number 2 would be D. All right. Number 3, we did this yesterday. The answer is
D.
all right. No. So notice in this one, the change of the order.
Answer C.
I think they might have changed the order. Remember, it's not numerical, so they can't change the order, right? It's, remember your formula for K. K is 4AC minus B squared over 4A. All right, and H is B over 2A. So the answer is C. Number 3, C. Number 4, repeated question. Which one represents the graph of x by 1 minus x? B as in bat. Number 5, we did that today.
D.
D, 9 and 25. Number 6, repeated again.
B.
B as in bat. X is greater than 2 but less than 5. Number 7 is also a repeated question.
This one had the mistake.
But this one has a mistake. Yeah. Let me see if it has a mistake in this one. No, I don't think this one has a mistake, you know. They
Yeah.
made a mistake in 2016. I don't think the mistake is here. The mistake would have been where they had x's greater than or equal to.
I think it's supposed to be minus a half.
Just now, let me do it. Yeah, I think there might be another mistake. So let's do this question again to make sure. Right, 2x plus 1 over x minus 1 is greater than or equal to 0. We multiply both sides by the square of the denominator, and that will turn out to be 2x plus 1 by x minus 1 is greater than or equal to 0, right? Remember, I told you all, if you forget that you have to multiply by the square of the denominator, it simply comes down to the product of the numerator and denominator. That's the two factors. All right, your critical values, 2x plus 1 is 0. 2x will be negative 1 and x is negative a half, or x minus 1 is 0, therefore x is 1. So our critical values are 1 and negative a half. So yeah, there's a mistake here. All right, now we can sketch the graph. It intersects the x-axis at negative a half and 1. It will also be a minimum curve because when we multiply 2x by x, we'll get a positive coefficient of x squared. Right, so this is what we have. I'm looking for greater than or equal to 0. So we are looking for the range of values for which the graph falls above the x-axis. If I look between negative a half and positive 1, the graph is below the x-axis. That is not what I want. All right, I want here. So therefore, we have to go further to the left of negative a half and further to the right of 1. The inequality here will be x is less than or equal to negative a half. On the other side, x is greater than or equal to 1. However, it is a rational inequality. Your denominator cannot be 0. What value of x will make this denominator 0?
Positive 1.
1.
Positive 1. What that means is 1 cannot be included in the solution set. So the x is less than or equal to negative a half is fine. But this one here, we have to change it to x is strictly greater than 1. So yes, there is a mistake. There should be x is less than or equal to negative a half. That is 2019. Don't worry, in the answer sheet that I'm giving you all, I put an extra page with a few that had errors. All right, so your answer is D, but there is an error. Right, so you will see an asterisk in the answer key indicating that. 7D, 8. It's similar to what another question we did, but I don't think we came across this one. So I have minus 2 nines x cubed. All right, f of x is minus 2 nines x cubed, and I have the domain minus 3 to 3. If I want to find the range of values for f of x, I need to substitute the endpoint. So when I substitute minus 3, I'll get minus 2 nines by minus 3 to the power of 3. That will be minus 2 nines by what?
Minus 27.
Minus 27, and that will turn out to be?
Minus 6.
No.
Positive.
Positive 6, right?
Oh, yeah.
Minus 2 nines. Next endpoint is positive 3. So this one will give you minus 2 nines by 27. And this one will give you minus 6. Therefore, f of x is greater than or equal to negative 6, but less than or equal to positive 6. Your answer is C for number 8. Number 9. We are skipping 9, 10, 11. 12 is a repeated question. The answer is
A.
E. 13 repeated. The answer is
D.
huh?
D as in dog.
D as in dog. 14 is also repeated.
A.
A. 15 repeated also.
A.
A. 16. All right. I think we did this one, but I'll do it again.
The answer is B.
I think we only came across this once. Answer is what?
3.
All right, so let's see. Log base 2 of 5x plus 1 minus log base 2 of 3x minus 5 is equal to 2. Now, we said that when we are solving logarithmic equations, all terms have to be expressed with as log to the same base. I need to change this 2. How would I write 2? Log base 2 of what?
4.
4. All right, on the left-hand side, I could apply
Quotient rule.
quotient rule. Right, so this is log 2. I don't think we did this one, you know.
We want similar.
Yeah, the other one I think we combined it. We're using the product rule on the right-hand side. So you're going to get log base 2 of 5x plus 1 over 3x minus 5 is equal to log base 2 of 4. And now we could, what could we do now?
Remove logs.
Remove the logs. Right, so 5x plus 1 over 3x minus 5 is equal to 4. Therefore, 5x plus 1 is equal to 4 by 3x minus 5, right? Moving across this. 5x plus 1 is equal to 12x minus 20. I'm going to put my terms in x on the right-hand side. 12x minus 5x is equal to 1 plus 20. 7x would be 21, and x is 3. So yes, the answer is 3 for 16. That's B. 17 repeated. Answer is
Minus 6 over 5.
A minus 6 over 5. 18. I don't think we came across 18. I could be wrong, but
The answer is C.
all right, so I have summation of r equals 1 to n of 5 minus 3r. And we want to sum of the first 10 terms. What you need to determine here is whether or not we are dealing with an AP or GP. All right. And to do that, we could find a few terms. Now, if I want the first term, it means I'm substituting r as 1. The first term will be what? 5 minus 3 by 1, which is 2. Your second term, you are substituting r as 2. So that's 5 minus 3 by 2, which is negative 1. And your third term, 5 minus 3 by 3, substitute r as 3. 5 minus 9 is minus 4. Is it an AP or a GP? AP. Right, it's an AP because you have 2, negative 1, negative 4. There's a common difference. Your A value is 2. Your value of D would be minus 3. All right. All right, so that's all we need to find the sum. We deal with an AP, the sum of the first n terms will be n over 2 by 2a plus n minus 1d. Right, so the sum of the first 10 terms is going to be 10 over 2 by 2a, which is 2 by 2, plus n minus 1, which is 9. Right, since we deal with 10 terms, n minus 1 is going to be 9 by minus 3. This will be 5 by 4 minus 27. 5 by minus 23, which is minus 115. 18c. 19 repeated. We did that yesterday.
D.
D 11 over 6. 20. D
D.
again. 2500 over 3. 21.
A.
21 was A.
Yeah.
All right. 21. This is 2019. I'm just checking my answer sheet here to make sure. So 2019, 21. What you said was the answer?
A.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, A is correct. 22 is repeated. Answer is Huh?
922.
922. So notice that in these cases, it changed the order. So that's why I said, do learn the letter, make sure you know the answer itself. 23, we did 23 today, earlier today. The answer for
Answer is C.
23C. Right, 24. Same magnitude and direction as B, 25. All right, we need to do 25. I don't think we did 25 yet. All right, so triangle OAB has vertices given by 0, 0, negative 3a, and 6, 2 respectively. Given that the angle AOB is pi over 2, then A equals. All right, the angle AOB is the angle at O, and since one vertex is 0, 0, then it means that we know that OA is negative 3a, and OB will be 6, 2. All right, they are telling us that the angle AOB is pi over 2. That is same as saying 90 degrees, right?
Yes, sir.
That means that if OA and OB are the two vectors forming the angle AOB, then we're trying to say that these two vectors are perpendicular. All right, if the angle has to be 90. So what we know about, how could we prove that two vectors are perpendicular again?
The dot product is equal to 0.
Dot product is 0. Right, so that means that the dot product has to be 0. So the dot product here, I could write this in unit vector notation as negative 3i plus aj, and this is 6i plus 2j. So negative 3i plus aj dot 6i plus 2j has to be equal to 0. That will give me negative 3 by 6, negative 18 plus 2a is equal to 0. 2a will be positive 18, and a is equal to 9. 25b. 26 is repeated.
21 and minus 20.
26d. 27, we all right, 27, I don't think we came across this yet. So let's do 27. Which of the following formulae are used to calculate the area of a sector A with radius R, arc length L, and angle Q? Now the formula for the area of a sector, anybody?
A half r squared theta.
Right, so it's a half r squared theta. All right. Now in this case, the telling the radius is r, so it remains as r. The arc length L, the angle is Q. So in this case, we can write this formula as a half r squared Q. All right.
Yeah.
So following that, right?
Yes, sir.
Right. So they just tell us that the angle is Q. Right. So instead of theta, I'm putting Q. So the area is a half r squared Q, which is the same as saying r squared Q over 2. Multiplying by half is the same as dividing by 2. So 1 is valid. You agree with that, right?
Yes, sir.
Now I need to figure out whether or not statement 2 and 3 or formula 2 and formula 3 are valid. A is L squared over 2Q. How are we going to do that?
Using length formula.
All right, so let's test the second statement, right? The area is a half r squared Q. All right, what we notice here is that there's nothing with r. So what y'all think they did there?
Find out.
We know that L is r theta or rq in this case, right? So what did it do? If the formula here has no r, what did it do?
To make r the subject.
So I could write r as what? R be equal to L over Q. If I do that, I'm going to get a half by L over Q squared by Q. And that will give me a half L squared over Q squared by Q. What will happen there?
Cross off the q and the q squared.
So we get a half L squared over Q, which is the same as saying L squared over
2q.
2q. So therefore the second one is also valid. All right. Third one now. A is LR over 2. So we're starting at the area of a sector is a half r squared theta. In this case, theta is q. When you look at this third formula, we have, what has disappeared from the formula?
Q.
Q, right? So if I make Q the subject, it means they made a substitution. So L is equal to RQ. What would be Q? Q would be equal to what?
L over R.
L over R. So let's make that substitution. You get a half by R squared by L over R. 1 R will cancel with this. You're going to get a half RL. And again, that's the same as saying RL over 2. Therefore, all three are valid. The answer is D. All right. 28 repeated. The answer is
5 on 5.
5 on 5. 29. The graph of y equals sine x.
D.
D as in dog. 30. All right, we didn't do 30 yet. So I have an equation 3 sine squared x is equal to 8 cos x. That is 3 sine squared x minus 8 cos x is equal to 0. And what do I do in this case where I have sine and cosine? You know your identity sine squared plus cos squared is 1. So what can I write sine squared as?
1 minus cos squared theta.
1 minus cos squared x minus 8 cos x is 0. So 3 minus 3 cos squared x minus 8 cos x is 0. Right? I'm going to move everything to the right just to avoid negative because a lot of students make mistakes with that. If I move everything to the right hand side, we'll get 3 cos squared x, right? Think about movement, say right, plus 8 cos x minus 3 is equal to 0. 3 cos squared x plus 8 cos x minus 3 is 0. A by C, you get minus 9. So you want two numbers to multiply to give negative 9 and add up to 8. What will we use? 9 and negative 1. So 3 cos squared x minus cos x plus 9 cos x minus 3 is 0. Factorize, you're going to get cos x by 3 cos x minus 1 plus 3 by 3 cos x minus 1 is equal to 0. Therefore, you get cos x plus 3 by 3 cos x minus 1 is 0. The first possibility is cos x plus 3 is 0, which means that cosine x is negative 3. Where do I go from here?
Invalid.
This is invalid. All right? We said cosine takes values from negative 1 to positive 1. So we consider the second one. 3 cos x minus 1 is 0. 3 cos x is 1. And cos x is 3. The answer is B. One real solution given by cos x is equal to a third. 31 answer
A.
A. 32 tan 2x plus pi over 4. We didn't do that one yet. So we are using, what do we have to use here?
Compound angle formula.
Compound angle formula, right? So tan A plus B is what we're using. The formula for tan A plus B is what? Tan A plus tan B over 1 minus tan A tan B. All right. So if I have tan 2x plus pi over 4, it means my 2x is A and my pi over 4 is B. All right, and substitute, we're going to get tan 2x plus tan pi over 4 over 1 minus tan 2x by tan pi over 4. This will give me tan 2x. What is tan pi over 4? Pi over 4 is 45 degrees. What is tan of 45?
1.
1. So it's tan 2x by 1 over 1 minus tan 2x by 1. So the answer is tan 2x. Wait, this is plus. Right? On top. Tan 2x plus 1 over, what will we get below? Just 1 minus tan 2x. The answer is C. Tan 2x plus 1 over 1 minus tan 2x. All right, so 32C. 33 is repeated. The answer is
A.
A. 34. All right, 34. For theta greater than or equal to 0 but less than or equal to pi over 2, tan theta is 4 over 3. The exact value of tan 2 theta is. All right, so when you'll see theta between 0 and pi over 2, we are dealing with the first quadrant, right? Pi over 2 is 90. Tan theta is 4 over 3. What is the value of tan 2 theta?
And we recall the double angle formula for tan 2 theta.
Right, so tan 2 theta, and again, I told you like the double angle formula comes from your compound angle formula. Anybody remembers what it turns out to be?
2 tan theta all over 1 minus 2 tan square theta.
1 minus
2 tan square theta.
2 tan squared. All right, so as we just said, tan A plus B is tan A plus tan B over 1 minus tan A tan B. If I have tan 2 theta, it's the same as tan theta plus theta. Right, so that'll be tan theta plus tan theta over 1 minus tan theta by tan theta. So you're going to get 2 tan theta over 1 minus what?
Tan square.
Right, so you have to take off that 2, right? So 1 minus tan squared. Right, so that's why I said don't chance it. You all know how to derive it. So if you forget most of the hopefully, well, most of them I'm going to repeat. A lot of questions going to repeat. So the time that you have, you can use it to work out these things. All right. So if tan 2 theta is 2 tan theta for 1 minus tan squared theta, that will be equal to 2 by tan theta, which is 4 over 3 over 1 minus 4 over 3 squared. That will be 8 over 3 over 1 minus 16 over 9. That will give you 8 over 3 over, what is 1 minus 16 over 9? Anybody?
Minus 7 over 9.
Minus 7 over 9. If you are dividing by a fraction, we're going to get 8 over 3 multiplied by minus 9 over 7. Right? So if you want, you're going to end up with minus 24 over 7. The answer is C for 34. 35, repeated question. The answer is B. 7x over 7x squared plus 4, the square root of 7x squared plus 4. All right. 36. 36 of d squared y over dx squared is negative 5. What type of turning point we have?
Maximum.
A maximum turning point. The answer is D. 37. Gradients at x equals pi over 6 and equal y equals cosine x. If you differentiate cosine, you get negative sign. So that gives you a hint your answer should be negative. So your answer is B. Right? And remember, if you are given y equals sine x, when you differentiate sine, it remains as positive. That's where your answer is root 3 over 2. So be careful with those two. All right, 38 is repeated. Differentiate y equals cosine 2x, we get
minus 2 sine 2x.
minus 2 sine 2x. All right, the gradient function dy dx of the curve y equals sine 2x squared plus 1. What will you get for this one? I have y is equal up.
The answer is A.
All right. How did you work out that? So let's do.
Using peripheral.
All right, so let us do. All right, I'm going to let p equal 2x squared plus 1. Therefore, I have to differentiate. Now, if I have p is 2x squared plus 1, then dp dx becomes 4x. All right? And if p is 2x squared plus 1, then y becomes sine p. What is dy dp? If I differentiate sine, we get what?
Cos.
Cos. I want to find dy dx. So dy dx is going to be dy dp by dp dx. What am I using here?
So the product rule.
No, this is not the product rule.
Chain rule.
Chain rule, right? So dy dp was cosine p and dp dx was 4x. Your answer is 4x cos p. But we had a substitution. So p was actually what?
2x squared plus 1.
2x squared plus 1. Your answer is 4x cos 2x squared plus 1. 39e. 40 is repeated.
D as in dog.
D as in dog, pi by the integral between 0 and 1 of x equal 4. Number is y squared. You are integrated. 41 is repeated also.
C.
C. 42 is repeated.
D as in dog.
Minus cos minus sine plus c. All right. 42D, 43 repeated again.
A.
A. 44 repeated.
C.
All
right. There's actually a mistake in this one also, right? They should have switched the limits, because if C is greater than A but less than B, then B should be on top, right? I just have to take note of those and mention it in the answer sheets. All right, let's go to 2019. Was it the same paper where we came across the error in another one? With the minus.
It's the same question, but I think it's 2018 or something.
Remember today we came across a question where they didn't put in negative a half. I will look back to find out, right? Before I send the answer keys here. So 44 will actually be, what's the answer for 44?
C.
If you're integrating between A and B and you have another limit C, but you have C that is greater than A and less than B, you can integrate from A to C first.
And then C to B.
And then we integrate from C to B. So the answer is
C.
C. All right, 45 is also repeated. The answer is
B.
31 on 3.
31 on 3. All right, so, all right, thank you, Kaya. Kaya said is number 7 in the same paper. So therefore 2019. I know the error was also in 2016. So there was an error in 2016. The 2019 number 7, she's saying. Yes. So I'll have to fix those two. 2019, 2 questions, 7 and 44. All right, I'll remember that. All right, so that's 2019. Let's go on to 2017. Right, 2017. I think it should be this one here. Yes. All right. And you're going to see a lot of repeats, so just follow the answer. First one, what was the value of H? We did this one yesterday.
Minus 13.
Minus 13, A. Number 2,
A.
A, x over x squared minus 9. Number 3, we did that today.
B.
B as in bat. A is 1, H is negative 3, K is 4. Now, remember, I'm not repeating the ones we did before, but at the same time in your exam, I do expect you all to see everything repeated. Just choose answers quickly. Still check some of them because they can change up the values, they can change up the order. All right, so use your time still. I will tell students, even if you finish your exam early, take time to check. All right, so number 4. I always do over these because I'm never sure if it's the same, if it's the exact equation we came across before. Right, it looks like the same thing, but again, 3x squared minus 6x minus 5 is 0. We are looking at A equals 3, B is negative 6, and C is negative 5. Right? The type of roots we are looking at B squared and 4AC. B squared will be negative 6 squared, which is 36, and 4AC will be 4 by 3 by minus 5, which is minus 6A. Therefore, B squared is greater than 4AC, which is the same as saying B squared minus 4AC is greater than 0. Therefore, your type of roots will be real and distinct. 4 will be B as in bat. 5, repeat it again, 5. Answer for 5. All right, so when you're required to come up with a new equation, you consider the coefficient of x squared being 1. So start with x squared, and then, so we're looking at ax squared plus bx plus c, but in this case, we consider an a as 1, right? B here is negative the sum of the roots. So if your roots, the sum is negative 2/3, and b is negative of the sum, then it's positive. And then c is equal to the product of your roots. And all we have to do now is multiply by 12, which is the LCM of the two denominators. You're going to get 12x squared plus 8x plus 9. All right, the answer is E for number 5. Number 6.
The answer is D.
Set of values for which 5x minus 2 over 2 minus 3x is greater than or equal to 0. All right, so I'm going to do this one. We didn't come across this one yet. 5x minus 2 over 2 minus 3x is greater than or equal to 0. Again, you multiply each side by the square of the denominator. When you do that, it will come down to 5x minus 2 by 2 minus 3x is greater than or equal to 0. Critical values. 5x minus 2 is 0. 5x would be 2 and x is 2/5. Or 2 minus 3x is 0. That means 3x would be 2 and x is 2/3. All right. Question. What type of graph do we have? Minimum or maximum?
Minimum.
A minimum.
All right, so
It will be a maximum.
all right, so I'm hearing two different answers. Remember, we said that to determine whether or not it's a minimum or maximum, we have to look at the coefficient of x squared. That's where your value of a comes from. In this case, if I have to expand these brackets to get back my quadratic, which two terms will I multiply to give me the x squared?
5x and
5x
minus
and
3x.
minus 3x.
5x and minus 3x. That will give you a negative. That means your coefficient of x squared is negative 15. All right. If it's negative, we have a maximum. All right. Now, we have 2/3 and we have 2/5. All right. And we are looking for greater than or equal to 0. We're looking for the range of values of x.
Above the
The
x-axis.
graph is above the x-axis. If I look between 2/5 and 2/3, is the graph above the x-axis?
Yeah.
Yes. So that's your answer there. The answer is x is such that x is greater than or equal to 2/5, but less
than
than 2/3. Is that the correct answer?
Yeah, because if you substitute 2/3 into the equation, it will become this indefinite undefined.
Right, so from the graph, this is all right, excellent. From the graph, this is what you will be tempted to see. But again, I keep saying rational inequality denominator cannot be 0. Your critical value of 2/3 came from the 2 minus 3x. If x is 2/3, it's going to be, the denominator will be 0, is undefined. So therefore, we have to change it and say x is greater than or equal to 2/5. But x cannot be 2/3, so we're going to put it as strictly less than 2/3. Your answer is D. 7, repeated answer is
C.
D. X is greater than minus 2. 8 is repeated.
C.
C. Between negative 6 and 6. We're skipping 9. We're skipping 10. We're skipping 11. 12 is repeated.
A.
Quarter.
A, a quarter. 13.
A.
A. So again, they change of the order. 14.
96.
96. All these are repeated. 15.
4.
4. 16.
B.
B.
2. Right? D. 17.
3/2.
3/2, that's C. Number 18, we did that today.
Minus 115.
Minus 115. Now, for those who were not here yesterday, it's not that we just call out A, B, C, or D. These are, remember, it's a 2-day event. I was explaining to some of you all. So yesterday we would have done these questions. So we're not repeating them. But as I said, you all will be given the link to the stream from yesterday's session. And this afternoon we'll be doing the new specimen paper. So a lot of those will be new questions, right? So you just want to cover all the past papers because although a lot of repeated questions, you'll realize that a few new ones are popping up. All right. So 18 was C. 19, we did this one already also, did we?
Nah, so is that the problem?
All right. No, I probably did it in my class. So I'm mixing it up. Azaria, we did this one, we did this paper, right?
Yes.
So we want the sum, right, of the first 5 terms of this progression here. So what we're going to do is we're going to find out whether it's an AP or GP. All right, and we're going to find the sum of the first 5 terms. So let's find the first term. The first term is when R is 1. So we're going to get minus 1 to the power of 1 by 3 to the power of 1 plus 1. That will be minus 1 by 9. So your first term is minus 9. Your second term is when R is 2. you're going to get minus 1 squared by 3 to the power of 2 plus 1, which is 3. That will give you what? What will we get there?
27 and 1.
27 what?
So the answer would be 27 overall.
How are you getting over something?
It's 28.
No. This is multiplication. Huh?
Right. So that is what I say, because it will change the positive 1
Right.
negative 27. Wait, no.
It's
Yeah.
positive 27.
It's positive 27, but I heard somebody saying 27 over something, and then somebody was saying 28.
So I was saying 27.
Did you say 27 over something?
Also, just say 27.
Oh, okay. I thought you said over, so that's why I asked you where you got over from. So you were going to say 27 over something. All right, but yeah, the first term is negative 9, the second term is 27. Notice that the signs are alternating already. All right, the third term, you substitute an r as 3. Negative 1 to the power of 3 by 3 to the power of 3 plus 1, which is 4. This one will turn out to be what? Negative 1 cubed is negative 1. So whenever your indices are odd, the negative 1 to that power will turn back to negative 1. If it's even, it will turn to positive, right? So negative 1 cubed is negative 1. 3 to the power of 4 is 81. So this one turns out to be negative 81. All right. Now, based on these three, we could figure out that we are dealing with what? AP or GP?
Geometric series.
It's a GP. Now, you can proceed to use your formula for the sum of the first n terms of a GP. But based on this, I actually think that finding the fourth and fifth terms are easier than applying that formula now. So the fourth term will be minus 1 to the power of 4 by 3 to the power of 5. And that will give you 243, right? 1 by 243. And the fifth term is negative 1 to the power of 5 by 3 to the power of 6. And that will give you negative 729. Somebody what's a calculator, add them up and tell me what you'll get.
Minus 549.
Minus 549. All right, now let's look at using one of the formulae for the sum. The sum of n terms of a GP let's see what we get here. The first term was minus 9. So minus 9 by r. What would be r here? What would be the value of r? Anybody?
Minus 3.
Minus 3. So the sum of the first 5 terms is going to be minus 9 by minus 3 to the power of n minus the power of 5 minus 1 over minus 3 minus 1 minus 9. What is minus 3 to the power of 5?
So 43.
Negative 243. So this is minus 9 by minus 244 over minus 4. Work out that and see if you'll get the same thing that we got. All right, so the thing, as you all notice yet, in order to apply that formula, we had to find the value of r and then apply the formula. I honestly think that having to find 3 terms to determine whether or not it's an AP or GP, you figure out it's a GP already. It's easy to find the fourth and fifth term and then add them up. All right, so 19 D 20,
B.
600.
600, 21. That's a repeated question also.
D as in dog.
D as in dog, 22 repeated,
C.
23 repeated.
C.
Huh?
23. C.
C, 24 repeated.
B.
B.
B as in bat, 25.
C.
C, 26.
D.
D, 21 negative 20, 27.
A.
A.
A, 28.
A.
E, 29.
B.
144.
144. B, 30.
A.
A.
A, 31. Seems like we have nothing else to do in this paper. 31.
A.
A, 32.
A.
Minus 5 over 12, 33.
A.
A, 35 degrees, 34.
C.
C, 2 over sine x, 35.
B.
B, 7x over square root of 7x plus 4. 36. D squared y over dx squared is negative. Therefore, we have a
Maximum.
maximum. D, 37.
B.
B, minus a half, 38.
Third will be C.
C, 4x minus 3 sine x, 39.
A minimum point.
Minimum. When you substitute negative 2 into f double prime x, you'll get negative 2 to the power 4, which is 16. 16 minus 15 is positive 1. And if your second derivative is positive, it's a minimum. 40, repeated again. I think everything here is repeated.
C.
40, C, 29, 41.
B as in dog.
D as in dog, you said?
The B, sir.
All right, I'm hearing two different answers. All right, so let's do it over. It's simple to do, so it's no problem. Integral of cos x minus 2 sine x. If you integrate cosine, what will we get?
You get sine.
With sine, we get negative cos, right? So sine x plus 2 cos x plus c. The answer is D. Right? 2 cos x plus sine x plus c. $42. All right, so 42, we're looking at the volume of a solid revolution, but the equation is different. In this case, remember volume is pi. Pi by the integral of y squared dx, right? So the equation here is different. If y is 2x squared, what would be y squared?
4x to the power 4.
4x to the power 4. All
The
right,
answer is B.
you get pi, and your limits will be 0 and 1. So it's pi by the integral between 0 and 1 of 4x to the power of 4. The answer is D as in dog, right? 43. Repeat it again. All right. If I integrate this is repeated also, but it's easy. So if I integrate y, we're going to get 3x cubed over 3 plus what? If you
Plus
integrate cosine, you get sine x, right? Don't forget your plus c. So this will simply be x cubed plus sine x plus c. All right, the answer is B for 43, B as in bat, 44. That's also repeated.
4 and 5 over 6.
1, 5, 6, and 45.
5 over 3.
All right, 5 over 3, B. All right, so I have a question in the chat. Can you go over question 8? All right, so let's go over that before we move on. Question 8. Oh, okay. Question 8, you had f of x is equal to minus 2 nines x cubed, and they give you a domain. X is greater than or equal to minus 3, but less than or equal to 3. All we have to do here to find out the range, right, for f of x, we have to substitute the endpoints of the domain. So first of all, I'm going to find f of negative 3, right? Substitute negative 3. You're going to get 2 nines. Oh, sorry, it's minus 2 nines. Minus 2 nines by minus 3 to the power of 3. That will be minus 2 nines multiplied by, if I have minus 3 to the power of 3, it is minus 3 by minus 3 by minus 3. That will give you minus 27. All right? 99, 1, 90, 27, 3. Minus 2 by minus 3 gives positive 6. Then we substitute the other endpoint, which is 3. F of 3 will be negative 2 nines by 3 to the power of 3, which is minus 2 nines by 27, and that is negative 6. So it means that f of x is greater than or equal to negative 6, but less than or equal to 6. Are you okay now? Okay, great. All right, so 11:38, we are going to do the next one we're doing is 2013. Right. Yeah, it's just 2013 we have now, right? And the specimen paper 2013. All right, so let's finish up this. So we have the entire afternoon to do the specimen. I want to take a different approach with that one, right? And we might finish early today, right? Depending on how that goes. All right, so we're going quickly. Number 1, A. Number 2, C. C. All right, number 3, we have to do number 3. Given that x plus 2 is a factor of, so let me write down function f of x is 2x cubed minus 3x squared minus 5x plus p. You are given that x plus 2 is a factor. What does that mean?
We mean the theorem.
Well, factor theorem will mean that they are both linked. But if x plus 2 is a factor, it means that f of what do we have to substitute?
Minus 2.
F of minus 2 has to be equal to
0.
0. Right? When I substitute minus 2, I should get 0, meaning I have a remainder of 0, implying that it is a factor. So f of minus 2 has to be equal to 0. If I substitute minus 2, we're going to get 2 by minus 2 cubed minus 3 by minus 2 squared minus 5 by minus 2 plus p, and that has to be equal to 0. All right, 2, if I have minus 2 to the power 3 is minus 8. So 2 by minus 8 is minus 16. Minus 2 squared is 4, so that is minus 12. Minus 5 by minus 2 will give me positive 10 plus p is 0. What will this give me?
Negative 18.
18 plus p is 0, and therefore p is 18. Number 3 would be C. All right, number 4, another new question. 2x cubed plus x squared minus 7x minus 6 factorizes completely as. Right, so you have to figure out which option here represents the complete factorization of 2x cubed plus x squared minus 7x minus 6. How could we do that?
So you use the factorization method.
All right, now if you are using the factorization method, it means you have to find a factor using trial and error. However, what we can do is try one of the first factors he gave us here. And I'm seeing x minus 2 in 3 of the options. So I'm going to try x minus 2. If x minus 2 is a factor, then we could divide the polynomial by x minus 2 to get the other 2 factors, right? So let's see if x minus 2 is a factor. I have 2x cubed. Now, if x minus 2 is not a factor, the answer is automatically A. You'll see that, right? Because B, C, and D has x minus 2. So 2x cubed plus x squared minus 7x minus 6, right? If I want to see that if x minus 2 is a factor, I'm going to substitute 2. F of 2 will be 2 by 2 cubed plus 2 squared minus 7 by 2 minus 6. That's 2 by 8. 16 plus 4 minus 14 minus 6. Does that give me 0? Yes. Right? 20 minus 14, 6 minus 6. That means that x minus 2 is a factor. The answer is B, C, or D. So what we're going to do is divide the polynomial by the factor that we have found. X minus 2 into 2x cubed plus x squared minus 7x minus 6. Now your other option is you could actually substitute each one to see if you get 0. You understand what I'm saying? Instead of carrying out the long division, we already know that x minus 2 is a factor. We try now either we try x minus 1. Right, so let's do that method first because it's a multiple choice. I know it's either B, C, or D. When I look at the second factor in each of them, I have x minus 1 or x plus 1. One of them is a factor, one is not. So let's try the x minus 1. All right, or we could actually try the x plus 1. Let's try the x plus 1 because 2 of them have that. Right? If it's not a factor, we know the answer is B. If it is a factor, we know it's C or D. So let's try x plus 1. If I have x plus 1, what do I substitute?
Minus 1.
Right. So let's see if f of minus 1 gives me 0. F of minus 1 will be 2 by minus 1 cubed plus minus 1 squared minus 7 by minus 1 minus 6. Minus 1 cubed is minus 1, so 2 by minus 1 will give me minus 2. Minus 1 squared is 1. Minus 7 by minus 1 is plus 7 minus 6. Does that give me 0?
Yes, sir.
Yes. So that now tells me that the answer is C or D. So you're going to try one of these and you'll know your answer. Let's try the 2x minus 3. If 2x minus 3 is a factor, what would I substitute if I'm checking 2x minus 3? I showed you an easy method to figure it out today. Huh?
Positive 3.
you'll substitute 3
over
Up
2.
to
over 2. And that will have to be equal to 0, right? If it is a factor. So let's try that. F of 3 over 2 will be equal to 2 by 3 over 2 to the power of 3 plus 3 over 2 squared minus 7 by 3 over 2 minus 6. All right. Could somebody use the calculator and look at us and tell me if you're getting 0 for that? Or we have to go to the whole fractions.
massive, the answer will be D.
All right, so this doesn't give me 0. All right, what will we get here? 27 minus 9, that's 18 minus 4.
Minus 7.5.
Minus 7.5.
So just on my calculator. Here is
18 minus 24 is minus 6 minus 48. And again, minus 12 or something.
yeah, minus 12.
Right. So therefore, I tried 2x minus 3 there, and it doesn't work out. So your answer is D. All right, so that's your first method. The second method is where I said you could carry out your long division, get a quadratic, and factorize. So let's do that method now. All right, we already determined that x minus 2 is a factor. So you take that x minus 2, and you're going to divide your polynomial by 2x cubed plus x squared minus 7x minus 6. X into 2x cubed is 2x squared. 2x squared by x is 2x cubed. 2x squared by minus 2 is minus 4x squared. Subtract x squared minus 4x squared is 5x squared. This will give you 0. X into 5x squared is 5x. 5x by x is 5x squared. 5x by minus 2 is minus 10x. 0 minus 7 minus 10 will give you 3x. X into 3x is 3. You're going to get 3x minus 6. So your second factor is a quadratic, and we factorize that to come up with your 2 other factors. So whichever method you find easier, you use it, right? This one will give me 2x squared plus 2x plus 3x plus 3, which is 2x by x plus 1 plus 3 by x plus 1, 2x plus 3 by x plus 1. Those are other factors. All right? So number 4 is D. Somebody say something in chat. Yes, you can. All right, your third method, and I was going to mention that one also, because the thing is, some students find it is long to multiply the 3 brackets, but yes, you can, because in one of the previous questions where we had to find the value of h, I did show you all that. We can multiply all the brackets, whatever we get, we compare it with this. All right, to see, but the thing is with this question, we don't want to carry out that method. Reason being, you don't know what's the answer. And if you start, because you don't know the answer here, you're going to start most likely by trying option A, then B, then C, and D. The answer is actually D. So that means you're going to multiply out x plus 2 by x minus 1 by 2x minus 3. Realize it's wrong, then you have to go and multiply out the whole of option B. Realize it's wrong. You all understand what I'm saying, right? It's going to be very time consuming. You're following?
Yes.
So I will not advise that method for this question, right? I was going to mention it, but I held back because for this type of question, you rather do what I just did, one of those 2 methods, right? Look at the first factors that they gave you, you notice that only one has x plus 2, 3 of them have x minus 2. Try one of those. If you try x plus 2 and it's not working, you know, it's B, C, or D. Right? If you try x minus 1, it will work, you know, it's B, C, or D. Then look at the second one, try one of them, and you keep eliminating like that. Or when you find one factor, you divide the polynomial by it, get your quadratic, and factorize it. Right? So I would not advise the expansion in this case. It will take very long, especially since, as you can see, the answer is D. So you in the exam going to be trying A, B, C, wasting all that time, and then the answer is actually D. All right. Number 5 as a repeated question. B squared will be 36. 4AC will be minus 40. So B squared is going to be greater than 4AC again, right? That is real and distinct. 5 will be C. All right. 6 repeated question. So let's move a little quickly here. 6 would be
B.
B as in bat. 7.
D as in dog.
D as in dog. We're skipping 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 is repeated.
So it would be C.
A quarter. Number 13 is also repeated.
8.
A, 11 minus 6 root 5. 14.
A.
A, negative a half. 15.
D.
D, 16. All right.
9.
9 over 16.
Let's do this one because it's a bit different, I think. It's not the same question, right? So in this quadratic, you're going to get A as 1, B as 3, C as 4. We're looking at A plus B squared, right? So if I have alpha plus beta, well, I use A plus B here. Alpha plus beta is minus B over A. That will give me what?
Minus 3 over 1.
Minus 3 over 1, which is minus 3. So if I want alpha plus beta squared or A plus B squared, it is going to be what?
9.
9. 16 is C. 17. All right, I'm seeing the chat. Let me just check. All right, so Katrina, that is what I did as the first method, right? We substituted, we tried the different factors that, the different expressions they give you to see which ones will give you a remainder of 0. All right. And then I showed you the method where you find one factor and then carry out long division. 17, the answer is
C.
C 3 over 2. 18, B 600. Right. 19. What is that?
B.
A, 5n minus 17, 20. A, 58 minutes, 12 seconds, 21.
D.
D as in dog, 9, 22, 22.
C.
C, 8, 23. We did that one also, 23.
D.
I'm not sure if you're saying B or D.
D as in dog.
D as in dog, right? 23, D as in dog. 24.
C.
C, 25. All right, I'm doing 25. Somebody had messaged me about this question. Remember somebody messaging on WhatsApp about this. So I want you to pay attention to this. 2 cos theta is equal to root 3. That means cos theta is equal to root 3 over 2. You could use your finger, I showed you all the trick. Or if you know it, what angle gives you cosine theta as root 3 over 2? For what angle is cosine theta equals root 3 over 2? Remember, cosine is your right hand side, right? So what angle, what finger would be dealing with if I get root 3 over 2 as the answer? Oh, sorry, all right, so Katrina, no problem.
30.
30, that will be pi over 6, right? Because if I have my 30-degree finger and you want to find the cosine of 30, you look at the fingers on the right, you'll get your 3, you take the square root of that, so square root of 3 over 2, right? That's pi over 6. We have cosine theta as root 3 over 2, which is positive. So cosine is positive in the, which quadrants are we dealing with if cosine is positive?
First and last.
First and last, right? So this here is actually your solution for the first quadrant. And in your fourth quadrant, what is the solution? Theta is equal to
Pi minus pi over 6.
2 pi minus pi over 6. Right, this 2 pi is 2 pi over 1. So what will I get here? You're going to get 12 pi minus pi over 6, which is
11.
11 pi over 6. Right, 11 pi over 6. Can somebody tell me why this value pi over 6 is not included in the answer?
So is it that because you're subtracting it?
It's between pi and 2 pi.
Remember, I told you to pay attention to something in the question at the start. They told you that theta here is greater than pi but less than 2 pi. That means we are dealing with which quadrants? Pi to 2 pi is 180 to 360 degrees. So we're dealing with the third and fourth quadrants only. All right? The solution will be the third and fourth, and in this case, it's only the fourth quadrant. So your answer is E. All right? So although pi over 6 is a solution, if it was 0 to 2 pi, in this case, we are dealing with pi to 2 pi, so it's just 11 pi over 6. You clear on that?
Yes, sir.
26 is also a repeated question. The answer is
A.
A. Cosine inverse of 1 over the root 290. 27.
24 over 25.
24 over 25. But I'm going to do this one because I have some people here who do not here, and this one is short, so I'll do this one. All right, cosine x is 3/5. So let's sketch. Right? If this is my angle x, cosine x is 3/5. Cosine x is adjacent over hypotenuse. The opposite side, we can use Pythagoras theorem to figure out that that is 4. Right? Sine 2x, the identity for that is what? Is 2 sine x cos x, right? Remember, you could use a compound angle formula to find out that. So that is going to be, what would be sine x here? We need to find sine x. So sine x will be what? Opposite of hypotenuse, 4/5. Therefore, sine 2x is 2 by 4/5. Right? That's sine x by cosine x, which is 3/5. And that will give you 2 by 12 over 25. The answer is 24 over 25. Right? 27 D as in dog. 28 repeated.
Yeah, we had said that before you went back to 27, so
28 is what?
3 pi on it.
It's 3 pi on eta. If I heard like somebody said E.
yes, sir, sorry about that.
So L is R theta. This is simple though, so you can work it out in the exam. L is R theta. It's going to be 1.5 by theta is 45 degrees, but we want to convert that to radian. So 45 is a quarter of pi or pi over 4. you're going to get 1.5 pi over 4, and that is the same as 3 pi over 8. All right, so if you multiply the numerator and the denominator by 2. All right, 29. Graph of y equals sine x. Huh? D. 30. Repeated question.
A.
31.
A.
32.
B.
B as in bat, 33.
B as in bat.
B as in bat, 34.
C.
C. 55. All right, so I don't think we came across 35. So let's do 35. Y is equal to the square root of 1 plus x cubed, right? So we're going to express that as 1 plus x. Oh, wait. Not plus 1. It's not 1 plus x. Square root of 1 plus x cubed, right? We're going to write that as y is equal to 1 plus x cubed to the power of a half. All right? You're going to get a half by 1 plus x cubed to the power of minus a half by what?
3x squared.
3x squared. Now a half by 3x squared is 3 over 2x squared. So you have 3 over 2x squared by 1 plus x cubed to the power of negative a half. That will be 3x squared over 2 by 1 plus x cubed to the power of positive a half. And we discussed that when you see power of a half, it means square root. So this is 3x squared over 2 by the square root of 1 plus x cubed. Your answer is B. All right, 35B as in bat. All right, 36, repeat it again. 36 is 36 is what?
B negative a half.
No.
You stay at negative half.
Remember I told you all, and I'm going to say it again. This one they give you y equals sine x. If you differentiate sine, what do you get?
Cosine.
Cos. There's no minus there. So you're going to get cosine pi over 6. Cosine pi over 6 same as cosine 30, which is root 3 over 2. So when you are given the curve as y equals sine x, your answer will be positive. It's positive 3 over 2. Root 3 over 2, sorry. If you are given y equals cosine x, when you differentiate it, you differentiate cosine, you get negative sine x. So you get negative sine pi over 6, which is negative sine 30, and that is negative a half. So be careful with that, please. All right? Think about when you differentiate sine, it means as positive cosine. Right? So your answer is root 3 over 2. $37 is also a repeated question. The answer is
D as in dog.
37. No, 37 was C. Right? But again, in the exam, just apply your product law. Anybody wants me to do, but I want to be fine with that. All right, so somebody is asking to go over 37. Let's do that. All right, so I have y is equal to x squared plus 2 by x minus 1 cubed. It's a product, so we're using product law. U is x squared plus 2. V is x minus 1 cubed. All right, du dx is going to be 2x. And dv dx is going to be 3 by x minus 1 squared. Right? You multiply by 1, so it doesn't change anything. Right? The derivative of x minus 1 will be 1. Apply the product law. So it's v, right? The product law, d dx uv is v du dx plus u dv dx. Applying that, we're going to get x minus 1 cubed by 2x plus u, which is x squared plus 2 by dv dx, which is 3 by x minus 1 squared. And what it did here is it factorized. So you're pulling out, you have x minus 1 cubed and x minus 1 squared. You pull out the lower power. So x minus 1 squared and x minus 1 squared, if I pull out that as my HCF, what am I missing in the bracket to give me back the x minus 1 cubed by 2x? What am I missing there?
X minus 1 by 2x.
All right, x minus 1 by 2x. So I'm going to put the 2x in front just because we have custom seen it like that. Right? So when I multiply that, I'll get back the x minus 1 cubed by 2x. All right, similarly for this part here, I pull out x minus 1 squared. What am I missing? I'm missing the 3 by x squared plus 2. All right, I'm moving across to this side here. So you're going to get x minus 1 squared. I'm going to simplify what is in the brackets. And that will give me 2x squared minus 2x plus 3x squared plus 6. So you're going to get x minus 1 squared by 2x squared plus 3x squared is 5x squared minus 2x plus 6. Your answer is C. All right, so Kiona, are you okay with that? All right, 38. We did 38 earlier, so 38 answer is
C.
38 is D. All right, you're gonna get x by x plus 6 over x plus 3 squared. Are you okay with that, or do I need to do that one over also? Do it over, or you're okay with that?
So what's the answer? Consider it again. D.
38 will be D as in dog. So I'm asking if you're okay with that, or because you did it already, or if I should do it again.
So could you do it again?
Okay, so y is equal to x squared over x plus 3. It's a quotient. So u would be x squared, v would be x plus 3, du dx is going to be 2x, and dv dx is going to be 1. Your quotient law, d dx u over v is v du dx minus u dv dx over v squared. All right, so applying what we have, we'll get x plus 3 by 2x minus x squared by 1 over x plus 3 squared. Now this one is simple to work out, so again you can even work out this in the exam. x plus 3 by 2x. 2x by x is 2x squared. 2x by 3 will give you 6x. Right, if I simplify the top, I'm going to get x squared plus 6x over x plus 3 squared. And I factorize the numerator to get x by x plus 6 over x plus 3 squared. Are we okay with that now?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
No problem. All right, so that's 38. 39 is repeated. Answer?
C.
The answer is B.
No, 38, 39 will be B. That's C and B are similar, but the power of x has to be 3. All right, so it's 2 plus 32 over x cubed. It's B as in bat. 40 repeated.
A.
A. 41.
E.
D as in dog. 42.
C.
C. 43.
B as in boy.
E.
B as in boy. X cubed plus sine x plus C. 44. Now again, if you want me to go through any, just see it. I'm assuming that we did these many times, so you're okay with it.
The
44.
answer is A.
44. So let's do 44 again. Right, because it's short. All right, so if I integrate sine x, I get minus cos x. If I integrate cos x, we get sine x. So your answer is minus cos x plus 2 sine x plus c, which is 2 sine x minus cos x plus c. 44 will be A. All right. And the last question is also a repeated question. The answer for the last one is
513.
513. So that means we have covered everything except 2020 and the new specimen paper. 2020, I'm not too worried about going through that because, as I said, I typed up that and I gave you the detailed solution, so it's easy to use. So use that, please. We are gonna break for lunch now. We return at 12:45, and this afternoon we are gonna focus on the new specimen paper. All right. When you all come back, I will give you all well, I can give you all the instructions now because it's 12:13. How we're gonna do that one is I am going to be giving you all, asking you all to do the question, choose your answer, and then we are going to correct it one by one. So it will be like you're testing yourself. All right, it's not that I'm going to work it out quickly. So what you could do is probably get your ADMAS book or get a scrapbook, and you're going to do it like if you're doing the exam. So you're going to, number one, you put your answer A, B, C, or D, we correct it. So we corrected one question at a time. So I kind of, yeah, I think that might be better instead of giving you the whole paper to do, right? So we do one question at a time. And based on what we have done before, a lot of them might be easy for you all, so you mightn't take the whole 2 minutes. All right, but we'll average 2 minutes per question, which means you should finish the paper in 1.5 hours. That's 12:45 to 2:15. And then we, well, it will take time to do the question, so we should have sufficient time. All right. So that's the plan for this afternoon, the new specimen paper. You all do it, I time you all, and then we correct the question. All right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then you all should be totally ready for tomorrow. I mean for Wednesday, not tomorrow. All right, so you all could go to your lunch now. Everybody have a great lunch, and we'll see you all. I'll see you all back at 12:45. All right?
Okay, sir.
All right. Again, I'm reminding you all, you don't have to log out of the session. All right. All right, so I trust that everyone is back. So for the afternoon session today, we are going to focus on the new specimen paper, as I said before. And I'm going to kind of time you all. All right, so what I'm going to do, we'll do it in groups, right, in terms of groups of questions. So I want you all to work on questions 1 to 3, and I'm going to give you all 5 minutes to do those 3. All right, now in the exam, you have an average of 2 minutes. I'm giving you a little less than that. Because these, number 2, for example, is very simple, so you would not take 2 minutes to do it. So is everyone hearing me clearly?
Yes.
Right, so I'm going to give you all, I'm going to be timing it. It's 12:50. At 12:55, you all have your answers for questions 1, 2, and 3. We'll correct those 3 and then we'll move on. All right, so if everyone is finished before, what you all could do is when you finish, probably click the yes in your participant list, so it will appear and I will know when everybody's finished. So in case everybody finishes before the 5 minutes, we can start to correct them. All right, so as soon as you finish 1 to 3, just click the yes in your participant list there, that reaction, and we'll correct. All right, so questions 1 to 3, start now. What I'll advise you all to do is actually have a book where you write A, B, C, or D next to your work or whatever, so that you could actually correct it and see your score. All right, just to test yourself on the way out. Right. You'll have 1 more minute. So I'm seeing a few people are finished with all 3. And those who were here, I think number 1 is a repeater. So all right, so 5 minutes is up. Let's try the first 3. Given that f of x is x cubed plus 2x squared minus 5x plus k, and x minus 2 is a factor of f of x, then k is equal to. So as we discussed, if x minus 2 is a factor of f of x, it means that f of 2 has to be equal to 0, right? And if I substitute 2 into this function, f of 2 is going to be equal to 2 to the power of 3 plus 2 by 2 squared minus 5 by 2 plus k. That gives me 8 plus 8 minus 10 plus k. So you get 6 plus k, right? And we said that has to be equal to 0. 6 plus k has to be equal to 0, and therefore k is negative 6. Are we okay with that? Number 1a.
Yes.
All right, number 2, L by m plus n minus m by L plus n. We're going to expand. So Lm plus Ln minus Ml minus Mn. And you should know that Lm and Ml are the same thing. So Lm minus Ml will be 0. So you end up with Ln minus Mn. When we factorize that, right, the common factor is n, so you're going to get n by L minus m. The answer is C for number 2. Are we okay with that one?
Yes, sir.
Number 3, f of x is negative 5 minus 8x minus 2x squared. All right, by completing this square, it can be expressed as. So I'm going to complete this square. I'm going to rearrange here to put in the form ax squared plus bx plus c. So minus 2x squared minus 8x minus 5. And I'm going to divide by negative 2. That will give me x squared plus 4x plus 5 over 2. And this seems to be a repeated question also. Right, we did this question already, and
Yes, sir.
all right, so completing this, you're going to get x plus a half of 4, which is 2 squared. Copy the third term, put a minus sign, square the second term in the bracket. That gives x plus 2 squared plus 5 over 2 minus 4. Right, 5 over 2 is 2.5. 2.5 minus 4 is minus 1.5 or minus 3 over 2. And don't forget that we have to multiply by negative 2 because we divided by negative 2 at the start. So you're going to get minus 2 by x plus 2 squared. And when we multiply negative 3 over 2 by minus 2, it becomes positive 3. That could be expressed as 3 minus 2 by x plus 2 squared. The answer is C. All right, are we okay with those first 3?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right. So I'm giving you all just 2 minutes to do 4 and 5 because number 4 is very basic. So you'll need the time for number 5, right? So 4 and 5, just 2 minutes. And you correct those two. And actually number 5 is also a repeated question. I'm seeing some people with the yes indicated. Is that from the first few, or are you all finished with 4 and 5 also?
So that was from the first field.
Okay.
I mean,
All right, are we finished with 4 and 5?
Yes.
Those two questions require no calculation, right? So remember, although you have an average of 2 minutes, some of them you'll finish very fast, but some of them you might need more than 2 minutes. So you have to manage your time. All right, so number 4, the nature of the roots of a given quadratic equation is described as real and distinct. What is the condition for that real and distinct roots? The answer is
D.
D, b squared minus 4ac is greater than 0, which is the same as saying b squared is greater than 4ac. All right, so 4 would be D as in dog. Number 5, given that x is greater than or equal to -2 but less than or equal to 2, the maximum value of 4 minus x plus 1 squared and the value of x for which it is a maximum are respectively. So this is the same. What this would have been negative x plus 1 squared plus 4, right? That's the same thing, which is in the form a by x plus 8 squared plus k. The maximum value is represented by k, so the maximum value is 4, so the answer is C or D. And then the corresponding x value will come from your brackets. So if I have x plus 1 in brackets, what value of x will make this equal to 0?
-1.
Minus 1.
Answer is C for number 5. All right, that's 4 and 5. All right, so 6 and 7. I'm giving you 3 minutes to do those two. 6 and 7. Are you all seeing those questions clearly on the screen?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
All right, so 6 and 7, let's go.
Excuse me, sir, if you don't mind, can you? Okay. As I was saying, the thing is popping up now.
Okay. Are you all seeing it clearly?
In Google Docs pop up again. So kind of blocking parts are stick. Yes.
Better? All right.
Yes, sir.
All right, are we finished with those two? Or do you all need a little more time?
A little more time.
All right, I'll give you a minute again. All right. All right, are we finished now?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm assuming that some of you all got a bit of problems with question 6. Is that why?
Yes, I took a little while on question 6.
All right, but the thing is now, I'm just trying to, now any exam, yes, you can skip a question and go on, but this is just to test you all. So even if you don't finish, it doesn't mean that any exam you have as much time as you want to take on a question. If you can finish the others quickly, right? You just have your hour and a half total. So let's see. A, in this case, if alpha and beta are the roots of the equation 3x squared minus 2x plus 1 equals 0, then the value of alpha over beta plus beta over alpha is. So in this case, A is 3, B is negative 4, and C is 1. All right? Whenever you see alpha and beta, we have to deal with the relationship between the roots, the sum of the roots and the product of the roots. So alpha plus beta is equal to minus B over A. And if B is negative 4, then minus B is minus 4, so that is 4 over 3. Alpha beta is C over A, which is 1/3. We are required to find the value of alpha over beta plus beta over alpha. The LCM here is going to be alpha beta. Beta into alpha beta would be alpha. Alpha by alpha is alpha squared. Alpha into alpha beta will be beta. Beta by beta is beta squared. The top now, I have alpha squared plus beta squared. We'll have to do some work there. That alpha squared plus beta squared let me do it on this side here. If I start by squaring alpha plus beta, I think we did this in one of the questions for paper 2, I think. If I square alpha plus beta, what will I get? You're going to get alpha squared plus 2 alpha beta plus beta squared. What you want is alpha squared plus beta squared. So if I want alpha squared plus beta squared, that will be equal to what?
Alpha plus beta all squared minus 2 alpha beta.
All right. So you need to replace that alpha squared plus beta squared with alpha plus beta squared minus 2 alpha beta. And then we substitute. So alpha plus beta was 4 over 3. So it's 4 over 3 squared minus 2 by alpha beta, which is 1/3 over 1/3. All right, 4 over 3 squared. 4 over 3 squared will be 16 over 9 minus 2 by a third is 2/3 all over 1/3. 16 over 9 minus 2/3. If we simplify that, the LCM is 9. Let me do that here. 16 over 9 minus 2/3. The LCM is 9. You're going to get 16 minus 6, which is 10 over 9. So this is 10 over 9 over 1/3, which will give you 10 over 9 multiplied by 3 over 1. 3 to 3, 1, 3 to 9, 3. Your answer is 10 over 3. You all got that one?
Yes, sir, I got that.
All right. Number 7, 2x squared less than 5x plus 3. The range of values for which 2x squared is less than 5x plus 3 is. So we're going to bring everything to one side. 2x squared minus 5x minus 3 is less than 0. A by C will be 2 by minus 3, that's minus 6. Two numbers to give me a product of minus 6 and a sum of minus 5, minus 6 and 1. You're going to get 2x squared plus x minus 6x minus 3. X by 2x plus 1 plus 3 by 2x. What did it? Oh, wait, I made a mistake with these 6. This is minus 6. Right, so this would be minus 3. Right, this is a minus sign here. Minus 3 by 2x plus 1. And your factors are 2x plus 1 by x minus 3 is less than 0. Critical values from here, 2x plus 1 is 0. 2x will be equal to negative 1 and x is negative a half. And this will give x is equal to 3. Now, based on the coefficient of x, we know we have a minimum graph. All right, so it's going to intersect the x-axis at negative a half and 3. The graph will be shaped like this. And if I'm looking for less than 0, we are looking for the range of values for which the range of values of x for which the graph falls below the x-axis, and that is between negative a half and 3. So your answer is x is greater than negative a half but less than 3. The answer is A. You all got that one?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Number 8. All right, number 8. Let me see. All right, so I'll have to let you all do 8 by itself because you all wouldn't be able to see the other question. So go ahead and do question 8. Give you all 2 minutes to do that. I think that this is one we did before also. So 2 minutes for number 8, am I correct? All right, are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right, so we have a rational inequality. I told you all that you multiply each side by the square of the denominator, but what that comes down to is the product of the numerator and denominator, right? That will be your two factors here. From here, your critical value, 2x minus 3 is 0. You're going to get 2x is equal to 3, and x is 3 over 2. From here, we're going to get x is equal to negative 1. All right. So it crosses the x-axis at negative 1 and 3 over 2. Would I have a minimum or maximum graph?
Minimum.
It's a minimum because the coefficient of x squared will be positive. And I'm looking for greater than 0. If I look between those two values, minus 1 and 3 over 2, is the graph above the x-axis?
No.
No. So that means I have to go further to the left of negative 1, further to the right of 3 over 2. You're going to get x is less than negative 1 and x is greater than 3 over 2. The answer is C. Number 8 would be C. All right, 9. All right. So 9 and 10, go ahead and work on 9 and 10. 9 is a repeated question for those who are here. So go ahead and work on 9 and 10 and we correct those. I was trying to get you to do 9, 10, 11, but you can't see the full answers for 11. All right, so 9 and 10.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Can you just confirm the powers for 4? 3, 2 by 4.
Confirm the powers.
The power for 4 and number
X
9.
plus 1. All right, it's
Okay, thank
2
you.
by 4 to the power of x plus 1 is equal to 16 to the power of 2x. All right, are we ready with 9 and 10?
Yes.
What about the others? You'll need a little time, 30 seconds. Or is everyone finished?
Yes, we're ready.
All right, so let's go. This is a repeated question, but I know I have some students who were not here yesterday. So what we're going to do is express 4 and 16 as powers of 2. So I'm going to get 2 to the power of 1 by 2 squared to the power of x plus 1 is equal to 2 to the power of 4 to the power of 2x. 2 to the power of 1 by 2 to the power of 2x plus 2. We're going to multiply 2 by x plus 1, power to power, is equal to 2 to the power of 8x. Right, you're going to get 2 to the power of 2x plus 3. Right, 2 to the power of 1 by 2 to the power of 2x plus 3 plus 2, sorry, will be 2 to the power of 1 plus 2x plus 2, and that simplifies to 2x plus 3, which is equal to 2 to the power of 8x. And since the bases are the same on both sides, we can equate the indices. So 2x plus 3 is 8x. You're going to get 8x minus 2x is equal to 3. 6x is equal to 3, and x will be 3 over 6, which is a half. So the answer there for number 9 is D, a half. All right, are we okay with that one?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Number 10, 3 to the power of x to the power of 2 is equal to 14 squared. This will give me 3 to the power of 2x is equal to 14 squared. And I can take logs on both sides. If I take logs on both sides, you're going to get log 3 to the power of 2x is equal to log 14 squared. right? You're going to get 2x log 3 is equal to 2 log 14. 2x will be equal to 2 log 14 over log 3, and x will be 2 log 14 over 2 log 3. The 2's are going to cancel. Your answer is log 14 over log 3. Anybody got that one? B?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Great.
Yes.
10B. 11. All right, so 11. Yeah, you all have to do 11. Now, this one is simple also. Just going to give you all a minute to do 11, and then we'll correct that one and do 12, 13, 14 together, I think. All right. Ten was B as in bat. Log 14 over log 3. All right, are you ready with 11?
Yes, sir.
Right, so this is going to simplify to log 4. When you see the subtraction is from the quotient law, so log 4, 8 over 2. And then a plus here came from product is by 1 over 16. So you're going to get log base 4 of a quarter. What is log 4? Log base 4 of a quarter.
Minus 1.
Minus 1. Remember, you are trying to figure out 4 to some power here will give you back a quarter. That's minus 1. 4 to the power of minus 1 will give you 1 over 4 to the power of 1, which is a quarter. Right, so your answer for 11 is E.
Third month, I just show this paper, like, since I check this paper, it was just paper, yes, it's okay.
I don't understand the question that you were asking. If it's
Like,
okay.
yeah, if it's okay to do the work on the question paper itself. And then
Yeah,
it
well,
takes you take a note on your equation.
no, they don't look at your working, you know. That's just for you to do scrap working. You can't do it on the question paper, but it's either A, B, C, or D. So even if you don't know it and you guess A, B, C, or D and you're correct, you get it correct. Right? Because there's a machine that corrects in multiple choices, either A, B, C, or D. Yeah. So 11, 8, 12, 13, and 14. All right. What I'm going to ask you all to do is just to write down the expression given in 12. So I can just scroll along a bit. So you can see 12, 13, 14 together. Right? The options for 14. So just take down the 1 plus root 3 over root 3 minus 1. So I can just scroll down slightly. So you all have it?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right, so we're doing 12, 13, 14. 12 is a repeated question. 13 is all of these are repeated questions that we did. But again, we have some new students. So I'm going to give you all 5 minutes to do those 3. All right, a minute and a half again. If you all are finished before, you could tell me, yeah? If everybody's finished before we correct ourselves. All right, are we finished? All right, so let's go with those three. All right, 1 plus root 3 over root 3 minus 1. When simplified, that means we're going to rationalize by multiplying the numerator and denominator by the conjugate surd of the denominator. All right, that becomes 1 plus root 3 by root 3 plus 1 over root 3 minus 1 by root 3 plus 1. All right, the top will be root 3 plus 1 plus root 3 squared plus root 3. And the denominator, this comes from the difference of 2 squares, so it will be 3 minus 1. This is going to give me 2 root 3 plus root 3 squared will give me 3, so 3 plus 1 is 4. 2 root 3 plus 4 over 2. Factorize the numerator, you're going to get 2 by root 3 plus 2 over 2. 2's are going to cancel off to give you root 3 plus 2. The answer is D for number 12. Number 13, you want the sum of the first 20 terms of 3r minus 1. So let's find a few terms to determine whether it's an AP or GP. The first term is going to be 3 by 1 minus 1, which is 2. The second term is going to be 3 by 2 minus 1. The third term is going to be 3 by 3 minus 1, which is 8. From here, we can see that we have an AP, where A is 2 and D is 3. If I want the sum of the first 20 terms, sum of the first n terms of an AP is n over 2 by 2a plus n minus 1d, which will give me the sum of the first 20 terms will be 20 over 2 by 2a, which is 2 by 2, plus 19 by 3, which is d. This will give you 10 by 4 plus 57, 10 by 61, which is 610. Are we okay with that?
Yes, sir.
Then number 14 is also a repeated question. So the first sum of a GP is 16, so A is 16. The fifth term is 81, we said for a GP. Tn is AR to the n minus 1. So if I'm dealing with the fifth term, it is AR to the power of 4, and that is equal to 81. All right? We could use this along with the value of A to find our common ratio. So if I substitute A into this equation here, I'm going to get 16 r to the power of 4 is 81, and r to the power of 4 will be 81 over 16. R becomes your fourth root of 81 over 16. The fourth root of 81 is 3, fourth root of 16 is 2. Now, this could also be negative 3 over 2, right? So fourth root could be positive or negative, but they told us that the common ratio is positive. So it's 3 over 2. The fourth term will be AR to the power of 3, which will be 16 by 3 over 2 to the power of 3. 16 by 27 over 8, and that will give you 54. Did we get that one? You all got that one?
Yes.
All right. All right, so 15. All right, let me see, 15. All right, so 15 is simple. So you'll have to do that one on its own also, because you can't see the others, right? So 15, take a minute and do 15. Sum to infinity. All right, are we ready with 15? Are you all ready with 15?
Yes, sir.
Sir.
This formula for sum to infinity, a over 1 minus r. We know that the first term is 81. The common ratio here will be what?
That's
A third, right? T2 over T1 or T3 over T2. So applying that, we're going to get sum to infinity is equal to 81 over 1 minus a third, which is 81 over 2/3. You're going to get 81 over 1 multiplied by 3 over 2, 243 over 2, which is 121.5. 15C. All right, 16. 16, 17, 18. Now we need to do those three. 16, 17, 18. 16 is our 16 and 17 are repeated questions also. So let's say 5 minutes to do those three, right? 16, 17, 18. I'll give you 5 minutes. We are on 16, 17, and 18. All right. Working on 16, 17, 18, and then we're correct. All right, we have 1 more minute. All right, are we finished with those three?
Yes, sir.
All right, so for those who are here, 16 is a repeated question. All right, so the coordinates of the points A and B are 2, -3, and -10, -5. So let's put 2, -3 here, -10, -5 here. Hold on, this one is not a question we circle, that's my mistake. All right. So I have 2, -3, and I have -10, -5. The perpendicular bisector is going to be going in this direction, right? So that they are perpendicular, and it passes through the midpoint of the line connecting to the line segment connecting to -3 and -10, -5. What you need to do first is find the midpoint, right? To find the coordinates of this point here, you need to find the midpoint of the line segment connected -10, -5, and to -3. And the finding midpoint is x1 plus x2 over 2, y1 plus y2 over 2. So -10 plus 2 will be -8 over 2. That will give you -4. -5 plus -3 is -8 over 2 will give you -4. So the midpoint is -4, -4. I then need to find the gradient of this red line here. Right? So the gradient will be, right, I'm gonna call this L1. Right? So the gradient of L1 is y2 minus y1, so -5 minus -3 over x2 minus x1, that's -2 over -12 which is 1/6. Right, so the gradient here is 1/6. What is the gradient of the perpendicular bisector?
-6.
Right, so you flip 1/6 to get 6/1 and you change the sign, so it's -6. Great. I could now find the equation of the perpendicular bisector. Right, so y equals mx plus c. Using the midpoint, I'm going to get -4 is equal to -6 by -4 plus c. -4 is equal to 24 plus c. C would be -4 minus 24, which is -28. Therefore, the equation of the perpendicular bisector is y is equal to -6x minus 28. All right, but when we look at what they have here, they have moved everything to one side. So I'm going to bring everything to the left. It's going to be y plus 6x plus 28 is equal to 0. Right? Which one is that? The answer is B, right? So they just have it rearranged differently. So 6x plus y plus 28 is equal to 0. The answer is B. 17. The lines 2y minus 3x minus 13 equals 0 and y plus x plus 1 equals 0 intersect at the point P. The coordinates are. So this here is a trial and error. Just check. It is simultaneous equations, but again, in multiple choice, you just substitute to see which point satisfies both equations. All right. So the answer is D, and we'll verify it. 2y minus 3x minus 13 is 0. I'm saying that the answer is D, right? So x is -3, y is 2. 2 by 2 minus 3 by -3 minus 13 has to be equal to 0. 4 plus 9 minus 13. That gives me 13 minus 13, so it satisfies. It will also satisfy y plus x plus 1 equals 0. 2 plus minus 3 plus 1, that's -1 plus 1. So the answer for 17 is D. Number 18. The equation of a circle is given by x squared plus y squared plus 12x plus 4y minus 6 is 0. The radius of the circle is. So I'm going to use completing the square here. So I'm going to put x squared, then the 12x, then y squared plus 4y minus 6 is 0. I'm going to get x plus a half of 12, which is 6 squared, minus 6 squared plus y plus 2 squared minus 2 squared minus 6 is 0. That gives x plus 6 squared plus y plus 2 squared minus 36 minus 4 minus 60 is equal to 0. And you're going to get x plus 6 squared plus y plus 2 squared. This here will give me what? Minus 36 minus 100. And I could carry across that to the right hand side. It becomes positive 100. It's now in the form x minus a squared plus y minus b squared is equal to r squared. And by comparison, r squared is 100. Therefore, r is 10. The answer is B for 18. All right, 19. All right, so you will need to do 19 quickly by itself, and then we correct. So take a minute and do 19. Is a question we did already also. All right, are you ready?
Yes, sir.
All right, so the vector p is 2i minus kg, and they're telling us that the magnitude is root 13. Now, if I have to find the modulus or the magnitude of p, it will be the square root of 2 squared plus minus k squared, and that has to be equal to square root of 13. So the square root of 4 plus k squared is equal to the square root of 13. That means that 4 plus k squared is equal to 13. K squared will be 13 minus 4, which is 9. And k will be the square root of 9, which is plus 4 minus 3. The answer is A for 19. All right, so 20 and 21, you're working on those. Those are repeated questions. Yeah, I think those are repeated questions also. Was B as in bat, 10.0. All right, so you're on 20 and 21 now.
So the open Google Docs kind of blocked in Santiago.
It will go away now, I think. That's all. 'All right, are you all seeing it better now or no? Is it still being blocked?
Yeah.
That's all. I'm still getting it open with Google Docs. Let me see what happens if I click that, how it will look. I don't normally use Google Docs for these things. Yeah, I don't like using it. All right, so let's stay away from that. All right, normally the open a Google Docs option disappears. So
I think if you keep your mouse in the black parts, and like
no, it's gone there. Now, most of you were here before, so if you all know you know the answer and we don't have to waste the time, tell me if I could go ahead and correct them, right? If it's a repeated question, that is. All right, are we ready with those two?
Yes, sir.
All right, so the first one, number 20, you have a vector A, which is 4i plus tj. You have a vector B, which is 2i minus 3j. They are saying that the vectors are parallel. All right, what is the value of t if the two vectors are parallel? Now, parallel vectors, if they are parallel, it means that one is a scalar multiple of the other. So if I look at the coefficients of I, 2 by 2 will give me 4. So to get the value of t, I need to multiply this minus 3 by 2. The value of minus c will be, the value of t, sorry, is negative 6 minus 6. All right, you okay with that?
Yes, sir.
All right, so that's simple, that's minus 6. 21, somebody asking something in the chat. All right, the next one, the position vectors of A and B relative to an origin are 2, 3, and 7, 4. So OA is 2, 3, and we know that that's the same as 2i plus 3j, and OB is 7, 4, or 7i plus 4j. Right, the acute angle AOB is the angle at O. That angle is formed by the vectors OA and OB. So, using our formula, cosine theta is the dot product of the two vectors OA dot OB over the modulus of OA by the modulus of OB. That's going to be 2i plus 3j dot 7i plus 4j over the square root of 2 squared plus 3 squared by the square root of 7 squared plus 4 squared. Right? The dot product will be 2 sevens of 14 plus 12, 26 over square root of 4 plus 9 is 13 and 49 plus 16 is 65. So cosine theta is that, and theta will be cosine inverse of 26 over Root 13 by root 65. The answer is D for 21. All right, 22 and 20. Sorry, wait, what? Oh, I missed out 22. 22. We need to do 22, so I'm giving you all a minute and a half to do 22. All right, we did that question already. It's one that is slightly there are two trig identities that normally come. This is one of them. So a minute and a half. All right, are we finished with that one?
Yes, sir.
All right, so we're going to use our LCM here. Your LCM is going to be cos x by 1 plus sine x. Divide that LCM by cos x, you're going to get 1 plus sine x. So this is going to become 1 plus sine x by 1 plus sine x. Divide the LCM by 1 plus sine x, you'll get cos x. So cos x by cos x is cos squared x. When I expand 1 plus sine x by 1 plus sine x, we're going to get 1 plus 2 sine x plus sine squared x. And then we have cos squared x. All right, we know that sine squared x plus cos squared x is 1. So that becomes 1 plus 1, that is 2. Plus 2 sine x over cos x by 1 plus sine x. Factorize it, the numerator. 2 by 1 plus sine x over cos x by 1 plus sine x. 1 plus sine x will cancel. Your answer is 2 over cos x, which is b. All right, 22b, 23, 24, 23, 24, 25. All these are repeated questions. All right, so I'm just going to give you all, and they are fairly simple. So, 3, 4. All right, so just work on 23 and 24. I'm giving you all 2 minutes to do those two, 23 and 24. All right, are we ready with those two?
Yes, sir.
All right, so cos A minus B will be equal to cos A cos B minus sine A sine B and cosine A plus B. Sorry, this is a plus here. Right, cosine A plus B is going to be cosine A cosine B minus sine A sine B. All right. So now I have cosine A minus B minus cosine A plus B. Right, cosine A minus B was cosine A cosine B plus sine A sine B. I'm going to minus and put in brackets cosine A cosine B minus sine A sine B. Right, again, I explained this that the bracket is very important there because when I move the bracket, signs are going to change. So you're going to end up with cosine A cosine B. Right, you're going to get cosine A cosine B plus sine A sine B minus cosine A cosine B plus sine A sine B. Cosine A cosine B minus cosine A cosine B is 0. You end up with 2 sine A sine B. The answer is A for 23. 24, if sine theta is 15 over 17 and theta is obtuse, and cosine theta will be all right, so we are in the second quadrant. All right, second quadrant. Sine theta is 15 over 17. That is opposite over hypotenuse. By Pythagoras' theorem, the adjacent side will be 8. But we know that cosine theta is negative in the second quadrant. So that's negative 8. And cosine theta will be minus 8 over 17. The answer is B for 24. All right. 25 and 26. 2 minutes. 25 and 26, right? 2 minutes. We did these questions already also. (24) is minus 8 over 17. B as in bat. All right, are we ready with 25 and 26?
Yes, sir.
Sine theta plus cos theta is 0. We want the smallest positive angle for which this equation is true. All right, for which sine theta plus cos theta is 0. Sine theta would be equal to negative cos theta. We could divide both sides by cos theta. Sine theta over cos theta is equal to what?
Tan theta.
All right, so tan theta is equal to negative 1. This is negative, right? Theta is tan inverse. And let me use theta. What we could do here is let tan alpha equals positive 1, and alpha will be tan inverse of 1, which is 45 degrees, or 5 over 4. All right. Now, tan is negative in which quadrants?
Second.
Say the second and fourth.
Second and fourth quadrants, right? Now, we want the smallest, right? The smallest positive angle. So we'll consider the second quadrant. In the second quadrant, theta is pi minus your reference angle. So it's going to be pi minus pi over 4. And that will give you 3 pi on 4. All right, the answer is B, 26. If I have 4 sine squared theta is minus 1 is 0, it means 4 sine squared theta is 1, sine squared theta is a quarter, and sine theta is positive or negative the square root of a quarter. You're going to get plus or minus a half. That means that you are going to have solutions in all four quadrants. The sine theta is both positive a half and negative a half. All right? So the answer is D for 26. All right, so we're going with 27. I want you all to do all three here, but what I'll ask you all to do, same thing here. Take down the 2 sine by x minus pi over 2. So I can just scroll down a bit. So take down that, you know what you're simplifying. 2 sine x minus pi over 2. All right, could I scroll it down now?
Wait, so where is the answer? Also 27.
27. You're asking for 27?
The general answer. What we are doing.
No, you're doing 27 now. So I'll just saying take down the 2 sine x minus pi over 2 so I can scroll down a bit so you will see the options for 29. All right, so could I scroll it down now? You all have it written down?
Yes, sir.
All right, so we're looking at 27, 28, 29. All right, 5 minutes for those three. Okay, Katrina, we'll do it in a while. It's not a problem. All right, are we finished with those three? Okay, so number 27, 2 sine x minus pi over 2. We're going to look at sine x minus pi over 2, right? Sine A minus B is sine A cos B minus cos A sine B. So if I have sine of x minus pi over 2, is going to be sine x cos pi over 2 minus cos x sine pi over 2, which is sine x. What is cosine of pi over 2? Pi over 2 is 90. So cosine 90 is what? 0 minus cos x by sine 90, which is 1. So this is going to be minus cosine x. All right, and it was not sine x minus pi over 2, it was 2 sine that. So we're going to multiply this by 2. The answer is minus 2 cos x. All right, 27b, 28 cosine A plus A, right? So basically you're coming up with cosine 2A. Using cosine A plus B. So if I have cosine A plus B, it will be cosine A cosine B minus sine A sine B. So cosine A plus A is going to be cosine A plus sine A sine A. So that's our minus. All right. What will this turn out to be? What will we get here?
Sine squared A.
Cos squared A minus sine squared A, but none of the options are cos squared A minus sine squared A. What do we have to do?
So multiply by a minus sign to get a positive.
No, we can't do that. Remember, I was showing you all that with cosine 2A, there are 3 different identities. When you use your compound angle formula, you're going to come up with this one. And then we know this. Cosine squared A plus sine squared A is equal to 1. So from that, I can actually come up with 2 more identities. I could replace the cosine squared A right? So cos squared A, we know will be 1 minus sine squared A. And we know that sine squared A will be 1 minus cos squared A. All right, one of them, if we replace cosine squared A with 1 minus sine squared, it becomes 1 minus sine squared A minus sine squared A. So you end up with 1 minus 2 sine squared A. All right, the answer is C. If you replace the sine squared, however, right, you have cos squared A minus sine squared. If I decide to replace the sine squared, it will be cos squared A minus, and sine squared is 1 minus cos squared A. So this will actually give me cos squared A minus 1 plus cos squared A, which is 2 cos squared A minus 1. So D is wrong. It's 2 cos squared A minus 1, right? In this case, the answer is C for 28, 1 minus 2 sine squared A. 29. Two cos squared x plus 3 sine x is 0. Right, we want the values of x which satisfy this equation. So again, when you have a trig equation like this where you have cosine and sine, you can make use of the identity we just talked about and replace the cos squared with 1 minus sine squared x, right? That will be 2 minus 2 sine squared x plus 3 sine x is equal to 0. I'm going to move everything to the right, so I would not have to do the negative sign. So 2 sine squared x minus 3 sine x minus 2 will be equal to 0. A by C is minus 4. So you want a product of negative 4 and a sum of negative 3. Use a negative 1, 1. 2 sine squared x minus 4 sine x plus sine x minus 2 is 0. Right, factorize. You're going to get 2 sine x by sine x minus 2 plus 1 by sine x minus 2, and your factors will be sine x minus 2, 2 sine x plus 1. All right, equals 0. Now the first one, is it valid? If could sine x be equal to 2?
No.
No, so this is invalid, right? Sine takes the values from negative 1 to 1. So second one, 2 sine x plus 1 is 0. 2 sine x is negative 1. Sine x is negative a half. So we're looking at a negative value here. Sine is negative in which quadrants?
Third and fourth.
Third and fourth. Right? So let sine alpha equal positive a half. Alpha will be sine inverse of a half. What does that give? What angle is that? Sine inverse of a half is what angle?
30.
Which is pi over 6. All right? So in the third quadrant, your solution is theta is equal to 180 minus alpha. In this case, we do it radian, so it's pi, sorry, 180 plus. It's the third quadrant we're dealing with, right? So third quadrant, theta is pi plus pi over 6. That will give me what?
7 and 6.
7 pi on 6. And the fourth quadrant is going to be 2 pi minus pi over 6. And that will give me 11 pi over 6. The answer is C. All right, so we're working on 30, 31 quickly. Those are fairly simple. So I'm giving you a minute each, 30 and 31. All right. All right, are you ready for 30 and 31?
Yes, sir.
So the area of a sector is a half r squared theta. So it's going to be a half by 4 squared because the radius is 4 by pi over 2. That's a half of 16. That will give you 8 by pi over 2. And that simplifies to 4 pi. Your answer for 30 is B. 31. Y is equal to 3x minus 2 to the power of 3. dy dx is going to be 3 by 3x minus 2 to the power of 2 multiplied by 3. So you're going to get 9 by 3x minus 2 squared. Your answer is D for 31. Right? 32. You'll have to do 32 on its own. We did that question already. So giving you all a minute to do 32 and we'll correct that. As I was saying, is if you all know the answer to it, you could just tell me so you don't have to wait all the time, because some of you all, I'm pretty sure that some of you all know the answer, you wrote it down and just waiting. And we did these questions already, so just to save time, it's up to you all to tell me to go ahead and solve it if you know the answer, or if you want the entire minutes. All right, so let's go with this one. We have a quotient here. We are going to apply the quotient rule. All right, so if I'm applying the quotient rule, u would be 3x plus 5. V is 2x minus 11. Du dx will be 3. dv dx is going to be 2. Quotient rule, d dx u on v is v, which is 2x minus 11, by du dx, which is 3, minus u by dv dx over v squared. All right, which one does that match? Because I don't think they simplified anything here. So the answer is what?
C.
No, not D. The answer is C. Oh, some of you got D. It means that you used, did you use U as 2x minus 11 and V as 3x plus 5? Remember, you can't do that for differentiation. When you have your quotient here, this expression on top will be a U, and the denominator is going to be your V. All right, so be careful with that, please. All right, so 32C. 33 and 34. So we're done on 33 and 34. These are repeated questions also, so I'm going to give you all a minute each, 33 and 34, if you all need it. All right? Or if you know the answers, you can tell me to go ahead and correct. All right, so I'll give you all a minute each, 33 and 34. All right, are you ready with 33 and 34?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So y is equal to 3 sine x plus 2. That's the equation of the curve. The value of dy dx at the point where x equals pi over 3 is. So if I differentiate this, we are going to get 3 cos x. All right, if I differentiate it 2, it's a constant, I'll get 0. So it's 3 cos x. The gradient is going to be 3 cos pi over 3. What is cosine pi over 3? Pi over 3 is 60 degrees. So what is cosine of 60? A half. So you're going to have 3 by a half, which is 3 over 2. And somebody had asked in the chat if I could go over the little trick with your fingers for finding the your ratios for your special angles. All right, so what you do, let me see who it was that asked the question. Katrina. All
Yes,
right,
sir.
you know what you do is you hold your left palm, your left hand, with your palm facing you, and you are going to number your fingers from the thumb. Starting from the thumb, it's 0, then 30, 45, 60, and 90. You got that?
Yes, sir.
So I'm going to show you using the same cosine pi over 3. How do you find the value of cosine 60 degrees, for example, right? So you have your fingers labeled, and we are dealing with cosine 60. So find your 60-degree finger. That is the one next to your pinky finger, right?
Yes, sir.
Right. Now, once you identify your finger you're dealing with, to the right is your cosine side. To the left is sine. So we are dealing with cosine of 60. So you are counting the number of fingers you have to the right of that 60-degree finger. How many fingers you have to the right of it?
1.
1. So you take the square root of that number, and then you always divide by 2, right? The square root of 1 is 1, so you get your half. If you want the value of sine, let's say sine 45, which finger is your 45-degree finger?
Middle.
Right, you have the middle finger. And if you're dealing with sine, you're looking to the left. So how many fingers you have to the left of the 45-degree finger?
2.
2. So you take square root of 2, and you always divide by 2. Right? So this only remains as root 2 over 2. All right? You understand now?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
No problem. All right. So let's go on to 34. The point P, 2, 2 lies in the curved equation y equals x by x minus 3 squared. The equation of the normal to the curve at the point P is given by. So what I'm going to do here, I have to differentiate to get dy dx. You can use your product rule, or you can actually expand. All right. If I have x minus 3 squared, it's x minus 3 by x minus 3. I'm going to get x squared minus 6x plus 9. And I multiply that by x. So y would be equal to x cubed. We're going to expand the bracket now. Minus 6x squared plus 9x. Dy dx is going to be 3x squared minus 12x plus 9. All right. And we could even reduce this. We could divide by 3 to get x squared minus 4x plus 3. All right. At the point P22, the gradient would be, so when x is equal to 2, dy dx will be equal to 2 squared minus 4 by 2 plus 3. which turns out to be x squared is 2, 3, 12 minus 24. Plus 4 minus, there is something wrong, 4 minus, minus 4 plus 3. I should get 3 by 4 is 12 minus 24 is minus 4 plus 9 minus 3. All right. All right, so let's work with the 3x squared minus 12x plus 9. And when x is equal to 2, dy dx is going to be 3 by 2 squared minus 2 plus 9. All right, that will give me what? 3 by 4 minus 24 plus 9. That's 12 minus 24 plus 9, which will give me minus 3.
Excuse me, so it's the x polynomial ones. You have to flip the.
Yeah, but what we're finding here is just the gradient of the tangent. All right. So this here is negative 3. You must find the gradient of the tangent first to find the gradient of the normal, because the normal is perpendicular to it, right? Understood?
Yes, sir.
So the gradient of the tangent at the point 2, 2 is minus 3. Therefore, the gradient of the normal would be what?
1/3.
Positive 1/3. And then we use the gradient intercept form because that's what they have here, right? So you can't use your y equals mx plus c. Y minus y1 is m by x minus x1, and this will give you y minus 2 is equal to 1/3 x minus 2. The answer is C. All right, so 34 would be C. And these are where some of the new things coming now. But some of, right? 35, you'll notice that the previous papers we never saw. I don't think we saw any questions with the kinematics. All right, so you have to work on 35, 36. 35 is brand new. So we'll take our 2 minutes for that. I'll give you 2 minutes for that. 36 is a repeated question. I'll give you 1 minute. So take 3 minutes to do 35 and 36. Um, 33 was B as in bat, 3/2. Right, so 35, 36, 3 minutes. Everybody here did kinematics, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So are we ready with those two?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right. So we are, number 35 deals with kinematics. And kinematics, you have applications of integration and differentiation. So if I have displacement S and I differentiate it, right, with respect to time, ds dt, the rates of change of displacement with time, that defines velocity, right? Velocity is the rate at which displacement changes with time. And if I differentiate velocity, right, meaning I'm finding the rate of change of velocity with time, what quantity does that represent?
Acceleration.
Right. This side here is differentiation. Integration is the opposite. So with integration, if I have acceleration, I want to get back to velocity, I have to integrate, right? V is the integral of A with respect to t. And if I integrate velocity, I'll get back displacement. This question here, we have the velocity. We are given the velocity. We are asked to find an expression for the acceleration. What do we have to do based on the change that I showed you all here?
Differentiate.
Differentiate. Now velocity, I could remove the bracket, so it will be 2t squared minus 12t plus 36. And you differentiate that, dv dt is going to be 4t minus 12, right? So very simple question. Once you know this that I showed you all on the left. Number 36 is a trial and error. What is the answer for 36? A, right? So you're going to try the upper limit. So let's try between 0 and 3. If I integrate x squared, I'm going to get x cubed over 3. Substitute my limits, I'm going to get 3 to the power of 3 over 3 minus 0 to the power of 3 over 3. And that's 27 over 3, which is 9 minus 0. So you get the 9, which is required. So 36 is A. All right. All right, 37. I don't think you all need much time to do that one. This is a repeated question also. So could you all tell me the answer, or you want 30 seconds to do it?
30 seconds.
Oh wait, this is actually, yeah, take the time, because this is, you're not asking for the dy dx, they're asking you for the indefinite integral. So I'll give you a minute. Go ahead and do this one. Right, are we finished with 37?
Yes, sir.
All right, great. So if I integrate sine x, we'll get what?
Negative cos x.
Negative cos x minus 2
Positive sine x.
sine x plus c. Right, this will be minus 3 cos x minus 2 sine x plus c. The answer is C. All right. So 37C, 38 is another repeated question. Yeah, we did this question today also. So take a minute and do 38, we'll correct that. All right, are we finished with 38?
Yes, sir.
I'm not sure if you said yes or no.
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay, so let's go with 38. All right, so we are dealing with the area. All right, the finite region R is bounded by the y-axis, the x-axis, and the arc of the curve y equals x minus c squared, as shown in the figure above. The area of R in square units is, so the area will be given by the integral between the limits of 0 and 3 of x minus 3 squared dx. If I integrate x minus 3 squared, we are going to get x minus 3 to the power of 3 over 3 by 1. All right. So x minus 3 cubed over 3 between 3 and 0, 0 and 3, sorry. And we substitute our limits, you're going to get 3 minus 3 to the power of 3 over 3 minus 0 minus 3 to the power of 3 over 3. This will be 0 minus 3 cubed is minus 27 over 3. You're going to get minus 9. You all got that? 9?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right, great. All right, 39. All right, so 39 kinematics again. I'm going to give you all 2 minutes to do 39. All right, so go ahead and do 39. All right, are we finished with 39?
Yes, sir.
All right, so v is equal to 6t squared minus 4t plus 3. The question says the velocity v in meters per second of a moving particle from rest is given by v is 6t squared minus 4t plus 3. The displacement s at time t equals 3 seconds is. So based on the chain I showed you before, if I have velocity and I want to get displacement, what do I have to do?
Integrate.
Yeah, so this will be the integral of 6t squared minus 4t plus 3. All right, dt. What will I get when I integrate this? You're going to get 6t cubed over 3 minus 4t squared over 2 plus 3t plus c, which is 2t cubed minus 2t squared plus 3t plus c. All right, now how could I determine the value of c, or do we just ignore it? Normally in a question like this, it will give you at t equals something, s equals something, so that you could find out the value.
Sorry, but my question to as at time t is equal to 3 seconds, so I will use limit 0 to 3.
Look, what we want to find is the displacement at time equals 3. But I'm saying in order to do that, I have a C here. So we need to have a value of C before I can substitute T as 3. So what you do for this, it is known that at time equals 0, your displacement will be 0. All right, so Jerome had it in the chat, right? So at t equals 0, s is equal to 0. At time 0, the displacement has to be 0. If we substitute that, you're going to get 0 is equal to, notice that this has a t, the 2t cubed, the negative 2t squared, and the 3t. So all those will be zeros. And that tells you that c is also 0. Right? So if you ignore the c, you would have gotten it correct anyways, right? Because c turns out to be 0. That means s is equal to 2t cubed minus 2t squared plus 3t. All right, and now we can substitute t as 3. S would be 2 by 3 cubed minus 2 by 3 squared plus 3 by 3. 54 minus 18 plus 9 will give 45. All right, so your answer is 45, which is D. Anybody got that one?
Yes, sir.
All right, great. All right, so wrapping up soon. 40 is a repeated question, so take 30 seconds, do 40, and we'll correct that one quickly and move on. All right, so let's do 40. If I integrate 2x plus 3 to the power of 5, I'm going to get 2x plus 3, increase the power by 1, divide by your new power, and multiply by the derivative of what is in the bracket, that is 2. Right? It's an indefinite integral. Don't forget your plus c. So 2x plus 3 to the power of 6 over 12 plus c, and that can be expressed as 1/12 by 2x plus 3 to the power of 6 plus c. The answer is C. Right? So 40 C, 41. Alright, so you'll notice that you're seeing some statistics questions and stuff now, and probability. Alright, so 41, the number of children in a family is shown in the table below. The mean number of children in a family, I'm going to give you all a minute to do 41, a minute and a half if you all need it. So go ahead with 41. All right, are you ready with 41? Well, 41
Yes.
is actually 41 is actually normal mathematical question. It's not really add math. You do this in normal math. You have an ungroup frequency table. How do we find the mean from our frequency table with ungroup data?
So you multiply the number of children per family by the number of families. So like for example, number of children in one family is 4. 2 families have that number of children, and you multiply by the 4 by 2 to get the amount of children, and you do that for all of them, and you divide the number of children by the number of families.
All right, great. So you multiply each observation by its frequency. So 0 by 9, right, is 0. 1 by 10, 2 by 12, 24, 3 by 7, 21, and 4 by 2 is 8. We're going to find the sum of these. What will we get there? 63.
Yes, sir.
And then you divide that 63 by the total number of families, which will be what?
38.
No, not 38. You'll get 40. All right, what is 63 over 40 as a decimal will be what?
4.075. Okay, so sorry about that.
Where you got 1.575?
Yes, sir. That.
Right. All right, so be careful that, well, you will realize that you made a mistake if none of the answers match. So just be careful that the frequency there is 40. So 63 over 40, 1.575, 42, and 43. You could do those together. These will be simple, short, I should say, to do. So 42 and 43, we're working on those now. 42 and 43, I'm giving you all just some minutes to do those two. And as I hint, these are very, very simple. All right, are we finished with 42 and 43?
Yes, sir.
42.
Yes, sir.
You're looking at the box on whisker plot here, and the shape of this distribution can be classified as, would you say this is symmetrical?
No, sir.
No. Right, so 1 cannot be the answer. That means you know the answer already because all these options have 1. All right, it is negatively skewed. The distance from the median to the minimum is larger than the distance from B, and the maximum is negatively skewed. Right, so your answer is B for 42, B as in bat. 43, the probability of an event A occurring is 0.3. So probability of A is 0.3. The probability of B is 0.6. Given that the two events are independent, then what does this mean when you all see this?
Probability of A given B.
Probability of A given B. I want to hear what answers you all came up with for this one, so I want you all to type it in the chat before I correct this one. Just put A, B, C, or D. Let me see what you all came up with for 43. All right, see why I asked you all to say, because I'm seeing at least at least three different answers chosen here. I'm seeing D, A, and B. All right, majority is saying B. All right, so I want somebody who said B to explain why you chose B. The probability of A given B is the same as the probability of A. That's what you're saying. Anybody wants to explain why you chose 0.3? I'm seeing people chose the 0.18 also. All right, so nobody wants to explain why you chose 0.3? How you all came up with 0.3? Anybody? All right, so Jerome said something in the chat. And yes, this question here, when I read it, it was a little hilarious because it's almost like a trick. All right, they give you all this information and conditional probability, and the main thing here is that the two events are independent. No matter what happens with one event, it does not in any way affect the other event. So the probability of A given B will still be the probability of A, right? Think about throwing or rolling two dice, right? No matter what you get on the first one, it never affects what happens on the second one. So, right, so basically once they're independent, right, then one doesn't affect the other. So the probability of A given B is the same as the probability of A. The answer is 0.3. All right, 43B. All right, so I saw some people choose A, and yes, for independent events, you use multiplication, but that's when you are finding. All right, so I have probability of A, probability of B, probability of A was 0.3, probability of B 0.6. If I want the probability of A intersect B, of both of them occurring at the same time, then you will use probability of A by probability of B. All right, that's for independent events. All right, so 43 was B, 44 and 45, last two. So those two are very simple also. I'm giving you all 2 minutes and we're correct. All right, 44, 45. All right, are we finished with 44 and 45? All right, no problem. All right, so I'll give you a minute again. All right, are we ready now?
Yes, sir.
Right, two events C and D are mutually exclusive. Given that probability of C is 0.2, probability of D is 0.3, and probability C union D is 0.5, what is the probability of C intersect D? What you all came up with for that? B. All right, so post your answer in the chat. Some of you could post your answers in the chat. All right, so somebody who chose E, could you explain why you chose E? 0.
I could be completely wrong when I said this, but I think from what I remember, you could the P union, well, P C union D would be P C plus P D minus P intersect D. So PC was 0.2, PD was 0.3, 0.2 plus 0.3 is equal to 0.5, and 0.5 minus 0.5 is 0.
All right, so you made use of that formula there, right? Now you didn't even need to do that. You're not wrong, but what is the definition of mutually exclusive? If two events are mutually exclusive, what does that mean? Anybody?
Have an intersection, like don't have an intersection or union.
They will not have they will have a union, huh? But they will not have an intersection. But in terms of the events, tell me what that means. I don't want to hear intersect in terms of the diagram. If two events are mutually exclusive, what does that mean? Tell me about the events.
They
What does
occur
that mean?
at the same time.
They
Occur at the same time.
I'm not hearing the first word that you're saying. Could you repeat it?
They cannot occur at the same time.
Right. Cannot occur at the same time. And the questions ask you to find P of C intersect D, which means the probability that both events occur, right, at the same time. That's what they asked me for. So by the definition of mutually exclusive, you should know the answer is 0. They cannot occur at the same time. There is no intersection. All right, but if you have made use of this formula where P of C union D is the probability of C plus the probability of D minus the probability of C intersect D, it will also work out, right? Because you're going to get 0.5 is equal to 0.2 plus 0.3 minus the probability of C intersect D, and that 0.5 is equal to 0.5 minus this, and we'll write the probability of C intersect D is 0, right? But I'm saying you didn't need to do that once you understand the definition of mutually exclusive. So the answer 44 is A, and 45. In a class of 50 students, 20 study chemistry, 25 study physics, and 10 study both. So I'm going to use a Venn diagram to represent this. All right, universal set. I have chemistry, C, physics, and we are saying that 20 study chemistry, 25 study physics, and 10 study both. I'm going to start with the 10 that study both, and that goes in the middle, the intersection. How many study chemistry only?
15.
15. The entire circle will be 25 chemistry students. 10 are already accounted for here because they also study physics. Physics now, we have 25 students. Wait. No. Wait. Chemistry will 10, right? Yeah. The 25 is for physics. So physics only will be 15. When we add the values in those three regions, we're going to get 35. The universal set here has 50 students. What does that mean?
15 students not studying chemistry.
Right. 15 of them study neither subject. So that 15 will be outside of your two circles. So the probability of students who study neither will be 15 out of 50. Your answer is E. All right. And we have come to the end of the marathon. Thank you all for coming out. We have covered everything. Right, so you should be smiling when you come out of the exams. I expect those messages on WhatsApp to tell me how good the paper was. The only paper I did not do with you all was 2020, and the reason is I provided detailed solutions for you all. So what I want you all to do, you all could rest today, right? Because you were here for the whole weekend. But the next few days leading up to your exams, I will send today. In a while, I will send you all this specimen paper. I will send you all my answer keys for all the years. You all already have detailed solutions for 2013, 2019, 2020 also. We did everything here in the sessions, right? So for the next couple of days, you're going to use the papers and you're going to go over to make sure you know the answers for every single question, even if you have to rework it, right? But most of them, you all will know the answers, all right? And I'm saying that day before the exam, go over this specimen paper a couple times to make sure you know the answer to every single question, right? Because from paper 2, we saw that they brought half of the paper, just like the specimen paper, because this is the first time they are given this new exam. Therefore, there's a high probability that a lot of questions from the specimen will return, right? And even if many don't come from this, questions are going to repeat from all the papers we have done. All right, so just do me a favor and make sure you go through all again. I'll give you all the answer keys. You're just looking at them, make sure you know the answer. Number 1 was the answer, number 2, and so on. All right, and you all should be fine for your exam.
Thank you very much, sir. I will try benefited a lot for this class today.
You're most welcome. All right, so any other questions, any comments you want to make before we end? Any questions or anything you all have to ask? Ask now. No problem.
No, sir, no questions.
All right. So, before we wrap up, I had asked you all to do this paper as if you do the exam, right? Because I didn't give you all any answers before. So, those who did it, I hope you all scored full marks or close to full marks.
Close to it, sir. Close.
All right. Like, you all don't have to be afraid to tell me the score. You know, I know you all did very well in the paper. And this is a paper that had some new questions, right? So that's why I asked you all to do this one. But chances are, now that you did the new paper, most of that paper on Wednesday should be repeated questions. All right?
So that'll be so good. That will be like a dream come true.
But that is how it has been, right? Once you wrote exams the past years, they always repeat, right? The last class I had for AdMath, when I went to sign for the exam in school, they had allowed me to look at the paper for a few minutes, and when I checked it, I always do all the papers with my students, right? I don't take that chance of leaving the students without covering only multiple choice. And in that particular year, out of the 45 questions, 37 were repeated questions. All right, so we have covered everything, all the papers, and you'll be fine for your exam. All right, so I hope this specimen paper give you all an idea, right, of what it will be like. You have to time yourself. Remember, if you're stuck on a question, because there will be a few new questions, I think you will be able to handle them. But if you get stuck, do not waste too much time on one. Put a asterisk or something, come back to it. Also on your answer sheet, students have this tendency to make an error, right? And it could cost you a lot. If you leave out number 8 and you don't put anything there, when you go into number 9, students shade the answer for number 9 in space of number 8. You all know about that, right? And then when you reach the end, number 6, you realize you shaded number 59. So if you leave out a question, put an asterisk or something. When you finish it, but double check, please, your answer sheet that it coincides with the question numbers. All right?
Yes, sir.
So all the best in your exam on Wednesday. I will send you all the material in a while. I'm just gonna put 2 notes on the errors we encountered in 2019 before I convert it to PDF and send it to you. Right, and I will send the specimen paper also. For those who just joined the group, I'll also send a link to this drive that I'm using with the past papers. So those who need it will be able to access the past papers. And yes, the session from yesterday and today are on YouTube. So you all have the links for both of them if you need to revisit anything, right? Or those who missed out yesterday. So if there are no further questions or comments, again, thank you all for being a part of this. This one was my first 2-day marathon for AdMath. And yes, I know it took a lot for you all to come out to 2 days. Same for me. But I just want to do something to help these students. And I hope you all found it beneficial. I mean, I will hear on Wednesday. what you all thought of the exam. So again, thank you all, and you'll have a great evening. And I will send you all the stuff on WhatsApp. All right.
Thank you, sir. Good evening.
All right, take care.
Bye.
Bye-bye.